on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
And hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, and today is August 10th. It is exactly 2:52 in the afternoon, 2:32 in the afternoon, and I'm happy to be here with you today. We're going to be talking about all the issues that matter to you, whether it's what's happening overseas, the yet another peace deal that has happened in the world, more stability, more peace in the world, talking about what's going to be happening with the Ukraine, what's happening with Hamas, as well as talking about what's happening here in the United States. You would be surprised how much impact the New York City mayoral race is having across politics throughout the nation. This is one of the biggest things. It's a huge wave, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. We'll talk a little bit about what's happening with Texas and the Democrats there and the claim that this is a black Holocaust. Yes, one of the Texas Democrats did say this is the equivalent of a black Holocaust in Texas, and that's why people are being denied their flood rescue recovery funds is because of a black Holocaust. I can't make this stuff up. It's absolutely true. And we're going to be talking about many other things, especially those things that come up in chat, because we love to hear from you, whether it's a chat, a super chat, a Rumble rant, your comments, whether it's on X or any other platform. We always look forward to hearing what you have to say about the issues that matter, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to speak up about the issues that affect each and every one of us. And whether your government agrees or whether the internet overlords like it or not, doesn't matter. On this channel, we will always try to hear your voice and talk to the truth. Now, with that all said, there's a lot that's happening here. And I do want to say hello and welcome to all of the new people watching the channel for the first time. We thank you for being part of our audience. We do long-form political commentary, and we are interactive. We do like to hear from you as much as we speak with you. But with that said, I like to let people know up front, what is the format of the show? How do we do this? Well, normally we start off with breaking news that we think is of interest. We try and handle that. We go into international politics, how the United States is affecting the rest of the world, how the world is affecting the United States. We usually take a break thereabout, and that's usually about 2 hours or so into the show. And then we come back and we deal with, we play a short video of me, a prior speech or a prior show that we've done. And then we come back and we do domestic issues, talking about things like Mamdani here in New York, the new red flag law in Nevada, and how it has failed, utterly, absolutely failed to do anything that was promised by red flag laws. We'll go into that. And it's kind of open from there. I mean, we talk about all the things, and at any point in time, whether you agree with the channel or disagree, we are happy to hear your voice. As long as you are respectfully making your voice heard, we want to hear it. You can disagree with us. You can talk about an entirely different topic. You can ask my opinion. It's all up to you. This is interactive around the world. We're in 100 countries around the world basis. So that's how we generally deal with things. I do want to mention, for people who are wondering about my interview with the Backroom TV, which was taped at Lehman College here in the Bronx. That is a Bronx Net community TV program. That will be, it's under embargo right now. I can't really speak about it. I can't show anything from that taping. But on August 19th, that embargo will be lifted. The program will be out for the public, and then we'll be providing a copy of that program and my coverage, my participation in that political panel discussion, and we'll be putting that out. So just so people know, why didn't it come out yet? It's under embargo. As of August 19th, it will be lifted, and we will do a premiere on that and present it to the public. Some people may not have seen my video on Friday when I was interviewed by the Matthew J. Show. We're going to be playing that during the break today, so you'll be able to hear some of it. And whenever I'm on the Matthew J. Show, it's always a lightning round. I never know any of the questions. Also, with my work with the Backroom TV at Lehman College, I had no idea what the questions are. Very often, when I get invited into a platform, a debate, or any kind of interview, they never tell me any of the questions. I just have to, and it's always a surprise to the interviewer about my breadth and width of all my knowledge in terms of politics. And many of them tried to stump me, but it never works. And with the Matthew J. Show in particular, Matthew, who does know me, and I've been on this program a couple times, you'll see in Friday's interview, it's just kind of a lightning round of all the issues and what's going on, what's my opinion, what are the conclusions based on the facts that are going on. It's very fast-paced, and we cover a huge amount of politics in like 2 hours. You'll see what I mean during the break. So that was fun. So it was a busy week. And of course, we had covered a lot of additional news throughout the week. One of those things being Jim Acosta, and I will get to that in a moment. But let me start off with saying Jim Acosta, the former CNN news reporter, is a vile pig of a human being, in my opinion. Others may have a different opinion of Jim Acosta, but I think his latest actions reveal the truth of his desperation, and I'll get into it in further detail a little bit later in the show. But I do want to say right off the bat, he's unethical. It's disgusting what he did. It is manipulative, and he should be denounced, and that I will start the show off denouncing what he did. We'll get into the full details as we go through the show, and I'll show you why I think that. But anyway, what I want to start off with today, and I'm looking forward to your comments, so please do feel free to leave any comment you wish. But I did want to address what we're seeing from, come on, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, computer's acting up today. I don't know what's going on with this computer. It's too old. It's like almost 10 years old. I need a new computer. But this is coming from CNN, and that came out earlier today, so it's somewhat breaking news. And so CNN is trying to push an idea that the Manhattan shooter, Shane Tamura, who came into New York City with a rifle, went to the Blackstone building, went to the and killed several individuals and shot many individuals, a mass shooting, and before he took his own life. They're trying to say that, well, we could have stopped it. And they're right, we could have. But rather than saying by allowing New Yorkers to be able to have a passive self-defense, in other words, wear a bulletproof vest, which is illegal. That is a crime to passively defend yourself from firearms. A bulletproof vest, that is an illegal item. You can go to jail for owning that. And I'm still waiting for authorities to come and arrest me for my bulletproof vest because I will not give it up. But that's not what CNN is saying. It's not about bulletproof vests. It's not about the Second Amendment right, which shall not be infringed, that you have a right by birth to be able to defend yourself, your property, your family, your loved ones, that you can defend yourself with a firearm. No, they're not saying that. CNN absolutely is not saying that. They're saying that's the problem, that you can defend yourself. No. What CNN backhandedly and very deceptively, what they're trying to do, and this is from Emma Tucker, who wrote the article. Emma Tucker says that, well, there's this new law. It's this new idea. You probably haven't heard of it before. It's called the red flag law, or an extreme risk protection order, or an ERPO. And it's this new concept that, it's in 21 states, but guess what? No one's really talked about that before. I've been talking about red flag laws since 2018, when New York State was first considering doing this. And when on the record, assembly members like Donna Lopardo, who's the fourth most powerful Democrat in New York State politics, she's even admitted that it's completely flawed. It will not work, that it is a problem. I have her on record saying this publicly. I interviewed her on it. And several other New York State lawmakers. I interviewed them. Everyone agrees red flag laws don't work. It is a fact. They don't work. And not since 1999, when Connecticut first came up with the idea of a red flag law. It doesn't stop mass shootings. It doesn't stop school shootings. And 3 out of 4 surveys studies that have been done on red flag laws, 3 of them say it doesn't even stop suicides. One of them says it might have some impact on self-deletion. Maybe. Only 1. And everything else says, no, there is no evidence of that. None whatsoever. So CNN, in flying against or in the face of all evidence to the contrary, is trying to say, well, red flag laws would have stopped this. Now, I find this is very interesting because we see in the first paragraph of this, and you can see this article, all links to everything I'm talking about will be in the description of the show after the show is done, about an hour afterwards. But she says, a new Nevada law went into effect last month that gives police officers the power to confiscate firearms from a person placed on a mental health crisis hold. That's a red flag law. And this is a description of a red flag law, an ERPO, an extreme risk protection order. She just doesn't want to call it that because as she says that, well, many people have done the research like I have for many, many years now, and we know they don't work. So she's trying to make it seem like, no, there's this new way forward and you just didn't know about it and you should support this. No, it's deceptive. She's being deceptive here. She goes on to say, experts say it was designed to work in cases like the gunman who opened fire in Manhattan office building on July 28th. That is what they said. Well, no, to be fair and to be correct, red flag laws were designed to stop middle-aged white men from self-deleting with a firearm. That's what they were created for. That's the main purpose. That's who red flag laws actually target. They don't target mass shooters, school shooters, young individuals who have firearms and misuse them. They don't target them. They're actually designed and built around the idea of targeting middle-aged, generally white men with a firearm that are considering self-deletion. That's actually what red flag laws are designed to do. But we have been promised, mostly by Democrats, there are some Republicans, who have promised that it will work on mass shootings and school shootings as well. It doesn't. There is no evidence of that. And this entire article from CNN will not quote any data that tells you that it works. Again, red flag laws have been around since 1999. We have 25 years, a quarter of a century of data, and CNN can't pull any data that actually says and supports the idea that red flag laws work, that they actually reduce mass shootings, school shootings, or even self-deletion, suicide. There is no evidence. Otherwise, you would think this reporter, in making this revelation, this declaration, they provide you some evidence. Emma does not, because there is no evidence, because they don't work. This is manipulation. She goes on to say, Shane Devin Tamura of Las Vegas owned guns and was placed on psychiatric hold in 2022 and 2024 when his mother reported that he was threatening to take his own life. Okay. That was before Nevada had red flag laws. You don't need red flag laws. The law already exists that if someone is looking to harm themselves, there are already avenues to take to try and help that individual and to prevent them from self-deletion. You don't need a red flag law because that's not what it does. It's not built to do that. What it is built, red flag laws allow police and courts to take away your property without any crime ever being committed or even being accused. You don't even get accused of a crime. And this is all decided without your notification until the moment that they knock on your door to take your property. And by the way, if you have children, they will also take your children. This is a confirmed fact. I've talked to the state of Connecticut, Indiana, New York State, and several others. Yes, because if your home is so dangerous that the government has to take away your right, your Second Amendment right, and your property, then you are too dangerous by state law for your children to be in that household. So the state must take your children if they take your firearms through red flag laws. That's a fact. They don't ever like to tell people that because it's unpleasant, and very many people get upset about that you're breaking up families. Oh, but that's okay. They just don't want to talk about it. But it happens. It is a reality. It is a truth. And so this is one of the consequences. And again, CNN doesn't talk about this whatsoever. But I have the documentation. I have done the videos, and I've spoken to the elected officials across New York State and other states. There is no one who disputes what I am saying here. Not one politician in any state will dispute what I have said. It is a proven fact. But let me go on. So she goes, Tamura had a Nevada license to carry a concealed weapon when he was killed, or rather when he killed 4 people at 345 Park Avenue. That's the Blackstone building in New York, and injured another before he took his own life. The key to the state's new law, is it allows police to confiscate firearms of someone experiencing a mental health crisis before a court's ruling. In other words, it's a red flag law. It's plain and simple, direct. What she's saying is someone could have used Nevada's red flag laws that existed. And this is yet another reason why they don't work. Because Nevada had red flag laws. They had them in place for a month. This individual was a known, troubled individual who had already been notified to the police. And they had the red flag law. They had the ability, without any crime, without even an accusation of a crime, for the police to come in and take his property for at least 1 year's time without any kind of court proceeding. Then just come and take it. Yes, that's right. You don't get to defend yourself until after the fact. After you have been punished by red flag laws, then you get to protect yourself. Then you get to go into a courtroom and say, I'm innocent. And now you have to prove your innocence beyond a shadow of a doubt after you've already been punished, after you've been ostracized by the news media, after you have received the black mark from your community. Then you get to try and prove your case that you're actually innocent of the non-charges you are suffering penalties from. This is absolutely a violation of the Constitution. This is an absolute violation of human rights. This is horrific. And so this CNN reporter, Emma Tucker, spends a great deal of time trying to convince people that red flag laws work. And she's going through all the emotional arguments that are always used about red flag laws. At no point does she provide any evidence where red flag laws have actually prevented a mass shooting, a school shooting, or any self-deletion. She has no evidence. She has opinion. She has a feeling. She has a political agenda that is matched by CNN and Democrats, but she has no evidence. There's no proof. None whatsoever. 25 years of data. She can't provide any proof of what she's trying to say. And in fact, if we take her at the word of the headline, this is a law that, if it was so effective, if this was the solution to mass shootings, school shootings, or self-deletion, then why didn't it work? Because the law was in place for an entire month before Shane Tamura came to New York. If this was effective, then why didn't it work? If this was the solution, why didn't it work? Oh, CNN doesn't have an answer for that. You're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to question that. You're supposed to say, red flag laws are great. Hey, my politician, you should put a red flag law in my state too. It should be a national issue. This is what they're really plugging. They are trying to promote a national red flag law where any American citizen can wake up at somewhere between 5 and 8 a.m. in the morning with the police pounding on their door with an entire SWAT team behind them and sweep into their house early in the morning, taking their property without them ever committing a crime or even being accused of a crime. Just because some politician, some law enforcement, some individual in the community doesn't like that individual. It's that simple. This is pure abuse. This is just a legal abuse. It's that simple. Now, people may say, but Mike, I've covered this in detail for years. Again, since 2018, when I provided a 3,000-word, 25-page report with 150 sources to New York State's legislature before they voted on the red flag laws, so that they would have some information so they could make an educated decision about the red flag laws. They didn't read it. I provided it to the state assembly and to the state senate. They didn't read it. Because the very same arguments I put in there, and then I interviewed many of the state senators, and I talked to some of the state assembly members, and I tried to speak on the record with several members of the county executive and mayors. The answer is, yeah, but we're doing it anyway. Not because it's actually effective, but it sounds like it's effective because it does something. Politicians can say, we did something. We passed a law. Now you're safe. Doesn't work. There's no evidence of it working ever, anywhere, across the entire country, but they did something, so reelect them. Give them donations and reelect them. Any organization that supports red flag laws should not get your money. And by the way, I see a comment here from, and this is from Mike. Mike Bowie is the first one to leave a comment today, and he says, "Bring guilty until proven innocent." Yes, that is red flag laws in a nutshell. You are guilty and you are punished until you can prove yourself innocent beyond a shadow of doubt. It is insane. But I wanted to bring that up because the mainstream news media will not tell you what I've just discussed about red flag laws. And they won't point out that this CNN article omits any proof, any validation for the claims that they make. Even though they're telling you, oh, this could have saved people's lives last week. If we just had more red flag, if there was a national red flag law, this would have never happened. Then why did it happen in Nevada? It's just that simple an argument. If red flag laws are so effective, and New York has red flag laws, Connecticut, Indiana, 21 states have it. Great. If it's so effective, if it's so wonderful, why did Shane Tamura have a firearm and commit the atrocious, vile act of mania that he did? Because it doesn't work. And it has never worked. It is just propaganda. It is just a way to get politicians to get reelected, to get more donations from you, that they can say, we did something, and leave out the fact that what they did is completely ineffective and inefficient. And it isn't even a joke. It's just sad. And any politician who says, don't you want to reelect me? I passed the red flag law. No, I want to get rid of you because you are useless. Useless. If there is anyone, any politician in America, local, state, or federal, who wants to debate me about the red flag laws, I am ready anytime, any day, anywhere in America. I will go to any state. I will go to any college campus. I will go wherever you want. I'll do it live, in person, or via Zoom if that's what you need to debate red flag laws. They do not work. There is no evidence of that. There is zero data, which is why not even news organizations like CNN will quote data, because there is no data. No politician quotes data. Why? Because there is no data. It doesn't work. It is a lie. It is a manipulation. And it should be called out for that. But that's the breaking news, part of the breaking news today. And I wanted to bring that up because I think that's pretty damn important. And no one else in the news media is going to be honest with you about that. Yes, we need a way to resolve these crimes that we're seeing, these vile actions, these mass shootings, these school shootings, these self-deletions. We need a solution to this. We do. And we need to work on that as a nation and as local communities. No doubt. Denying the Second Amendment isn't the answer. Maybe enabling people to be able to have bulletproof vests, having passive self-defense might be one of the solutions. Enabling women and others to be able to have a firearm, to train them in high school and in college, to be able to properly use a firearm and to be proficient with it. Whether they choose to have one or not is up to them, but to enable them to have that training, have that skill so that they are better capable of maybe defending themselves. Because what stops a mass shooter? Almost always a good guy with a gun. And we'll get into it a little bit later today, but what stopped the CDC shooter, the guy down in Atlanta at Emory University? What stopped him in his attack against the CDC and the campus? A good guy with a gun. What always stops these mass shooters? There's only three things. One, they run out of ammunition. Two, they run out of targets. Or three, they run into someone, a good guy with a gun, that stops them cold. Oh, and there's always four, they self-delete. That's always, the fourth thing that may stop them. Those are the only things. They run out of bullets. They run out of people to shoot at. They are engaged by someone with a firearm, or they self-delete. That's the only ways that stop mass shootings, school shootings, these insane, psychotic, vile demons. That's the only thing that stops them. not laws, not ammunition bans, not firearm bans, not 22,000 plus laws on the books. None of that stops them. And anyone tells you otherwise, they're lying to you. They have a political agenda. They're using you. They're emotionally manipulating you. If they say, no, you just don't understand. No, you're a liar. You are a liar. And I say that to every politician out there who supports red flag laws. You're a liar. It doesn't work. And you know it because you can't pull up any data. I can show you all the data going back a decade, all the data on red flag laws, actually two decades of data on red flag laws. They do not work. I can prove that point. Anyway, let me move forward. Because I can spend and I have spent entire shows talking about nothing but red flag laws and how they are ineffective. But you can always go over to my YouTube channel or Rumble. You can type in red flag laws, ERPO, extreme risk protection order, and you can see many of the videos I've covered on that and Second Amendment issues. And you can see it for yourself. I have sources, internationally credible sources on all of the data information I'm talking about in terms of the red flag laws. You can see and read the bills and the laws themselves. You can see the data for yourself. Anyway, let me move forward. So that's one thing. Now, there is some additional news that is out there right now, and I wanted to get to that as well. Because internationally, and this is also breaking news, a lot of people haven't heard about this. It's been lingering since about 2022. So it's been about 3 years that we keep hearing about this. And this is the latest iteration of this same idea. But it will affect all of Europe. And it seems that in the United States, many of the larger ISPs, the internet overlords, are trying to copy what we're seeing in Europe, just like they're doing with the Online Safety Act, which will turn into the AI age verification actions here in the United States with YouTube on August 13th, where we expect about 5 million people overnight will suddenly be declared by AI as being a minor, someone under the age of 18, when in fact they'll be a grown adult and they will be restricted. And I am the overwhelming majority of those people will just by chance, just by accident, everyone who's going to get blocked, yeah, they're going to be progressive, they're going to be Republican and conservative, possibly libertarian and third-party voices. It won't be the Democrats. Democrats and progressives won't be the majority of those people. No, they're going to be targeted politically. This is the way they're going to politically silence voices that they cannot defeat. They can't answer me about red flag laws. They'll just say, oh, well, no one can watch your program because every member of your audience is underage. That's what they will do. They will try and take away all the funding that we have, the money that we are able to raise. They'll try and take it away. They're going to try and silence us. But anyway, that's another story altogether. I'll get into that later. But this is what is being called a political blackmail. And this is coming out of the Danish Netherlands. We're seeing that the Danish are coming out and they're saying they want all of Europe to automatically, by mandate, copy every single email and chat that goes through their systems. So if you're using whatever system, Messenger, if you're using Signal, doesn't matter which program you use. If you're having a conversation, even an encrypted conversation via email or text, electronically transferred with someone in Europe, the EU wants to have a copy of it. A digital copy will be made without your permission, without your notification, and it will be available for the governments of the EU to read and review and to evaluate. And now they're doing this, they say, to protect children. This is to end child abuse, they say. They call it CSAM, which is in the article here, and I believe I have it. This is the child sexual abuse. This is an agreement to prevent that. So they call it CSAM. So they're scanning all electronic media to protect children, and they will make a digital copy of every piece of communication in Europe on any of the electronic devices in Europe, and then they will randomly pick whomever and check and see, are you talking about child sexual abuse today? Did you say something? Did you say something? Did you say? There's no warrant. This is an invasion of privacy, except in Europe, there is no Fourth Amendment. Germany, France, England, Poland, Sweden, Netherlands, they don't have a Fourth Amendment. America has a Fourth Amendment. You have a right, Third Amendment. You have a right to privacy. They don't have that over in Europe. It doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. So they can, at their whim, take your privacy. Now, even the leftists in Europe say this is going too far. Even the leftists, even the, I believe it's the UN, as stated in this article, even they will tell you this is a violation of human rights. And they're all big about human rights in the UN over in Europe. And even they, the leftist of the left, will tell you this is a violation. This abdul. And yet they are doing it anyway. They're trying to do it anyway. This is now being sent to the EU. They expect that on October 14th, mark the date down, October 14th, 2025, it is expected that there will be a vote on this again. And as I said, they've been trying to pass this in some way, shape, or form since 2022. They haven't got it through to all of Europe yet, but they plan to. Now, why does this matter for Americans? Well, you may have a friend over in Europe. You may be on vacation, a business trip. You may have friends, pen pals, boyfriends, girlfriends, significant others. You may want to move to there, whether it's on a vacation, an extended vacation, or working. You may be working over there. Whatever the reason, you may have communications with individuals over in Europe. And this would also count if your communication goes through Europe to another country. So maybe you're trying to talk to someone, you have family in Ukraine or in Russia or in Azerbaijan or Armenia. Perhaps it's being routed through Europe to reach the Mediterranean, Northern Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. If it's being pinged through Europe, then they're going to make a copy of your information, of your conversation. Even if it is encrypted, they must have that encrypted, they must decrypt that, and they must have a full copy, even if you're using a system like Signal that encrypts all communications. They will have a key to decrypt your communications, thus making it not secure. By the way, the only people this does not apply to, the government. The government and militaries of Europe, they don't have to abide by this. Their information gets to be encrypted. Their information doesn't get copied. But just you, regular people, news media, everyone else, yes, if your communication is in Europe or going through Europe, then yes, they have a copy of it. They get to have a copy, and they don't have to tell you about it. They don't tell you, oh, we picked one of yours as the random sample. No, they get everyone's information. They get to go through anyone's information at any time that they want. And they're going to tell you that this isn't going to be used politically. This isn't going to be abusive. It's not going to be used against any businesses to make blackmail businesses, blackmail governments, blackmail individuals. No, that's not going to happen at all, because no government would do that. No government would abuse their power to deny you your privacy and use your private communications against you in a court of law, in terms of business, in terms of getting a job, in terms of dating and relationships, and destroying your character in a courtroom or in the public square. No, that would never happen. Governments would never do that, except they do. And we know they do. And we know that this is rife for abuse. I do see a couple of comments here, so let me get to that. I do see a comment from Joel who says, I have no faith that this is not happening here in the United States with laws like the Patriot Act. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised that it's happening with the Patriot Act, and we have the secret court, the FISA court, FISA. So I wouldn't be surprised that that is happening to some extent. But what's happening in Europe is, I think, worse, because it's not just certain individuals that may arbitrarily be targeted because of politics or political alignment or association with various questionable groups. No. This is every single person and every communication going through Europe. So that's really broad. And how it can be used is very abusive. There are restrictions, even with the Patriot Act. Yes, I'm not a favor of the Patriot Act. I don't like that they are investigating individuals. But there are limitations on that. There are some restrictions on that. Some, not a lot, but they do exist. There's no restriction in Europe. The government just has your data. And they can look at it anytime they want. They can abuse it anytime they want. Any member of government can use it anytime they want. So this is a problem. This is a massive problem. And I know Joanna's saying that Snowden already tried to inform people about this. He was talking about different things, but okay. I'm not a fan of Snowden and the process that he used to put out information, sensitive information that affected many of our agents and many lives of assets of the United States. Not really a fan of that, but I understand why people are a fan of his. Fine. Joel says, and in the UK, no First Amendment. Yeah, well, no, not just the United Kingdom. Throughout all of the rest of the world. Nowhere else in the world is there a First Amendment. It's only in the United States. Many Americans forget that. There is no one else in the world that has our Bill of Rights. They have human rights. They have what the UN will give them as a right, which the UN can take away from them. They have rights that are given by their government, like the monarchy or the parliament in as the United Kingdom, as an example. Parliament in Italy or in France. Yeah, they have the rights that the government will give them on any given day. But that very same government can take it away at any given moment or restrict it or change the rules at any given moment. It's like Darth Vader in Empire Strikes Back. And he's talking to the Lando Calrissian. And he says, and Lando's like, you changed the deal. And what was the answer from Darth Vader? Pray that I don't change it again. It's not like, oh, well, oops, I made a mistake. I didn't know I changed the deal. Oh, I'm sorry that I'm making these new rules up as we go. No, his answer was, and pray that I don't change it more. Because he had the power. Lando had no power. All the power had been taken away from Lando Calrissian and the people of his city. That's it. The Empire come in. They took it over. And whatever they say goes. And you have all the freedoms that they give you, only as long as they give them to you. Well, that's what's happening in Europe. And because America does business with Europe, because Americans travel to Europe on vacation and for business and for school and for dating and for living, it affects America as well. This is an assault on freedom of speech and privacy everywhere in the world. And so you should be aware of it. Yes, Joanna, there's a lot of privacy issues, no doubt. But again, this news, you're not really being told about. Again, this came out on August 6th. This is something that's been happening since 2022, that they've been trying to push this through. But now I think the environment is changed enough that you're going to see that they're going to get some. Now that we see things like the Online Safety Act in England that's been approved, and we see that in the United States, the AI age verification scam that's being done by Google and YouTube, now that those things are coming into vogue and they're accepted, and the less people argue about that, the more that people say, well, you're protecting kids, so it's okay. Take away all my rights, take away all my freedoms because it's going to protect kids. It doesn't. None of this protect. It's like with red flag laws. It's not protecting anyone. That's the excuse, because they always have an excuse. We're going to protect you. We're going to make sure you're okay. We're going to protect kids. Yeah, strange how it's never used the way that they promise you. It never does what they said it will do. It's used in an entirely different way to punish people who they don't like every single time. No one else in the news media is really talking about this. This isn't big news. This is barely a back of the newspaper kind of discussion. No one's talking about this. You should be. At least you should be aware of it. That's why I'm here. So I wanted to make you aware of that because that came out today. That came out August 6th. That will be on October 14th. There will be the vote. You should be paying attention. Because if they do it in Europe and they're already doing it in England, it's going to affect America. You'll see Canada do it. If it's happening in Europe and it's happening in the United Kingdom, that means Canada will do it. And that means it's going to come to the United States. You will see that happen. Probably, by the way, how would it happen in the United States? Most likely, you'll see something like Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or Google, and they'll say, "Yeah, we're gonna keep a highly protected digital backup of every communication on our system, like on Messenger. We'll have a backup." Now, we're not going to look at that. But if in case the federal government ever needs to, because they're afraid of terrorism or they're afraid of someone harming themselves or harming others, like a red flag law action, that they'll have a record. And so the government will, with the warrant, they'll be able to see every single email and everyone who's connected to that email and the emails of all those people connected to that, innocent or otherwise, and they'll abuse the system. And that's how they say it. And they say, but we're doing this to protect kids. We got to protect kids from child slavery. I got a great idea. You want to protect kids from child slavery in America? Close the border. Oh my God. Did I say that out loud? Did I say that out loud, that the way to protect children in America from child slavery, like in California, is to close the border? Guess what? If we closed the border, let me make sure this is very clear, especially for those on the left who watch this channel. And I know you're hate watching as is, but deal with it, guys, because this is reality. In California, when ICE went to raid the commercial marijuana plant, that farm, that was a commercial farm. It wasn't a personal farm. That was a business. And at that business, there were underage children, unaccompanied minors is what they like to call them, because it sounds a lot better than child slave. But they were child slaves. They were illegally working on the farm. Even by the agriculture farm laws of California, these kids were illegally working that commercial farm. So there is no law that says these kids could be there or that they could pick the marijuana. And there is no difference, in my mind, between those kids picking that marijuana on that commercial marijuana plant farm than blacks back in the 1800s picking cotton. There's no difference. It's slavery. And if we closed the border, so those unaccompanied minors, those child slaves, would not have been brought in, or at least not in the same numbers, by the cartels into America for the child slavery. The border's closed. They don't get to come in. If California isn't a sanctuary state, they don't get to come in. They don't get to abuse those children. those children don't become child slaves, or at least not in America at the very least, but hopefully not at all. Their parents don't send them to try and get into America because the border's closed. So those kids don't go on a 1,000-mile, 2,000-mile trek with sex slavers and drug cartels. They don't get abused on the road 1,000 miles by themselves. They don't get abused when they come into America and they're put into child slavery and work on a farm. Doesn't happen. Close the border. Oh my God, this is such an amazing thing. I don't know. Why couldn't anyone on the left think that through? No, the answer is we need to have open borders. There's no such thing as a border. And let them all come in. And that gives us slavery. If you support open borders, you support slavery. Whether you intend to or not has nothing to do with it. The intention is meaningless. So when people go, but I don't intend that, that's not what I want, it doesn't matter. That's what you're doing. That is what effectively happens. So I don't care if you intend that or not. If you support open borders, you support slavery. And we have seen that the slavery is happening. And I guarantee you, it's not just that one commercial marijuana farm that we're having child slaves in America working farms. It's not the only one. And I guarantee you, it's not the only business. It's just the one that we got caught. And the news media, for their part, they support open borders. They support child slavery along with the Democrats. So they stopped talking about this. And no one's had an honest conversation with you, the public, about this. No one. They won't talk about this. They avoid this like the plague because they have no argument. There is no argument they can give to this. Everything I have said is factual. It is an absolute fact and a direct consequence of those facts. There is no counter argument on this. There is no, well, that's because you're a right-wing Republican conservative. Fact. This is the law. This is what you did. This is the consequence. It doesn't matter if I'm Republican or conservative or libertarian or I'm third party. It doesn't matter if I'm political at all. This is what you did. These are the consequences. And the consequence is child slavery. There's no two ways around it. Thus, they don't want to talk. Since that's the answer is, well, we're not talking about this. And by the way, everyone's age restricted from your channel. Everyone's going to be age restricted from your channel. And, PayPal is going to cut you off. And we're not going to talk to you anymore. You're ostracized because I'm right. Again, there's any politician in America, especially on the left, that wants to tell me why open borders is a good thing. I'll have the conversation anywhere in America. I'll go anywhere. Pay my ticket. Pay for my ticket. Pay for me to, have a hotel and my food. I'll go anywhere. Anywhere in America, anytime. Send me the email. I'll go. Because you're wrong. Okay. Joanna brought up something interesting. Since we've been talking about privacy issues, she says that Alexa has the ability to watch you and listen anytime you want. And no, not a fan of Snowden, but he did tell us about privacy issues. We're no longer private. Well, I agree with you on Snowden. Absolutely. And I'm not saying that the man's evil. He has been right. I don't like the process he went through. And I think there's certain consequences for the process that he went through. And he should be held accountable for those consequences. He should. But it's not just Alexa. I want people to understand. It's not just Alexa. I think it was 2017 when I caught Facebook inside your user agreement that no one reads, that huge document, that wall of text. If you go into there and you can go and check in your user settings, it's like 3 subcategories in. There is this one category that gives authorization for if you have a cell phone or a mobile device, that Facebook, if you are using Facebook, you're using Messenger, then you authorize, unless you opt out, you have to actively opt out. But if you don't, and most people don't even know they have this choice or that this is even there, but if you don't opt out, then at any time, Facebook has the right to turn on your microphone and your camera on your cell phone and record. They have the right to just pop it on anytime they want. They did it to me in 2017. I took a video of it because my microphone, my camera just turned on. And I didn't even notice it until I saw, why is it on? And then I saw it turn off and it left me the message. And I have it covered on this channel. I've actually shown a photo of it and evidence of this. And I found the actual wording in the agreement with Facebook and I opted out of it. But God knows how many times it reinitializes itself and says, oh, no, you got to opt out constantly. I don't even know. But yeah, that's a reality. So it's not just Alexa. And I guarantee you, if Facebook has that option, so does every other social media platform. They all have access. They're all listening to you. But now it's not just, do they have access? Now they're going to have a written record of everything that you have ever said and everyone you've ever talked to about every subject. And it will be on a database that can be searched by AI to pinpoint you and say, nope, you're the next one on the list. So thank you, Joanna, for bringing that up. Hey, user has been banned is with us because I don't think we should go to war unless it's true conquest. With that said, Mexico should be a new state at this point. By conquest, the old way of removing those there and giving land to our fighters. That's actually coming up. We're about to go into the international. Well, we're starting the international section of the show. And I'm going to get to Mexico in some detail in just a few moments. But I will say, and I have said this many times on this program, the United States should not be in any war. I'm talking about active war where troops are on the ground. The United States should not be involved in any conflict if we are not willing to take whatever we fight over. If even one soldier bleeds, we should own the ground they bleed on. Period. Full stop. I don't care what the reason is for the war. I don't care whether we're the good guys or the bad guys. It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're a conqueror or we're a savior. Doesn't matter to me. Does not matter. If an American soldier has the potential to be harmed in the fighting, then we own whatever they are fighting over. That would be Mogadishu, Iraq, Iran. I don't care which country you want to name. Wherever it is, we own it. If we go in there, we fight, we own it when we're done. We win, we take it. If we lose, we lose. If we win, we take it. You can call that colonialism or whatever you want to call it. The left has a billion words for this stuff. Doesn't matter. The answer is, and if we're not willing to do that, if we're not willing to conquer that land, if we're not willing to take it based on the sacrifice of our soldiers, then we don't get into that conflict. Period. Full stop. We're not going to fight. Don't send the soldiers. Do not send not one American military member into that conflict zone. If we're not willing to take what they fight and die over, then it's not worth doing. I say that absolutely. So whether it's Mexico or Iraq or any other country in the world, I don't care which one. If we're not willing to take it over, then why are we wasting our time? Because it is a waste of our time. Conflict without resolution is a waste of time. All we will do is cause the next generation to be pissed off at us. Because in that conflict, somebody's mom, somebody's dad, somebody's uncle, aunt, brother, sister, cousin, whatever, somebody they know and love is going to die. And they will be pissed. And somebody who's still alive there who lost is going to say, it's that guy's fault. Oh, the United States, it's their fault. Or England, or it doesn't matter which country. It's that person's fault. They came to our country. They killed your family, your friends, your loved ones. So that kid will grow up. And then in 10 to 20 years, we're now in a new conflict because we didn't take it over. Because that kid never got resolution. It never ends. So take it over. Redevelop it. The Taliban would not be in Afghanistan right now. They would not be abusing women, which they are. Oh, they promised they wouldn't. They are. They're abusing women right now. Oh, by the way, all the women's groups, all the leftist women's groups, they stopped talking about it. Their answer was, we stopped talking about it. Why? Because Afghanistan lied. The Taliban lied. They're abusing women. They're poisoning women. They're torturing women. They will not let women go to school. They will not let women go to work. They abuse them constantly. So the left, women on the left stop talking about Afghanistan. Because no more. They just let it go. I love their commitment to their ideology. It's not working in your favor. Stop talking about it. We just ignore it. It's not in the news anymore. Not important. Okay. Yeah, I take the left really serious. It's not working. Okay, don't talk about it. Yeah, wow, guys. Wow. But if the United States went in and we actually took over Afghanistan, if we redeveloped all of Afghanistan, we rebuilt their cities, we built their roads, we built real infrastructure there for electrical, for water, for transportation. We built up schools and hospitals, not just picking one or two here and there, but I mean, we developed the land, built their infrastructure, their cities. We developed their cities and helped them to get doctors, to get educated, have kids grow up and educate them from kindergarten all the way through college to learn how to be doctors and construction workers and everything that they need. You would not see women being abused in Afghanistan right now. The Taliban would have no hold. ISIS would have no hold in Afghanistan. It would not be a terrorist nation. Would not happen. And we could do it just like we did with Puerto Rico or Samoa, the Virgin Islands. Guess what? You're a territory. Afghanistan would have been a territory of the United States. We could have done this from like the first week. We could have said, okay, we own it. We're now going to develop this. We're going to rebuild. It's good for the American economy. It would be good for the Afghanistan economy. We'll redevelop the entire country, build everything that they could possibly need. And of course, we get resources for that. Cheap. It's good for our business. It's good for our imports and exports. It's good for them as well. Build it all up. And in 2 generations, they would be able to vote like Puerto Rico does, like Samoa, like the Virgin Islands. They'll be able to vote and say, do you want to become a state? Do you want to stay a commonwealth? Do you want to become independent? They would be able to vote on that. But they would have a stable government, stable income, stable infrastructure to make that decision with educated people, men and women, that would be educated to be able to make that decision. Why don't we do that? We have more than enough people who die so that they could have had that. And instead, we gave it over to the Taliban. Why? Well, why did we waste the time? It was dumb. Anyway, that's one that just gets me going. So yes, I'm going to get into Mexico more specifically, though, in just a few moments, because Mexico is very much like what I'm saying about Afghanistan. Very similar things can be said about Mexico and what we're going to do. And I know what the Mexican president is saying. I doubt that's what we're going to see happen, but we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's see. We also got a comment from Dean. Hey, Dean. Good to see you, peace. Says, greetings, Mike. Just joining. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. And I'm doing better because you joined us as well. And I appreciate that. I really do. And I see Dean was watching us on X. Remember, you can watch on Rumble, X, Facebook, on YouTube, whichever platform. By the way, if you have not done so, please hit the like button. Like, share, most of all, subscribe. Very important, especially with the new AI age verification restrictions that are coming out. It's the next level of suppression coming out there to try and silence anyone that isn't an approved source. By the way, the approved sources, that would be ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC, The View, Midas Touch. Those are approved sources. And everyone else, left or right, that isn't one of those approved, pre-approved sources, well, they're going to try and silence those all. So please like, share, and subscribe, which will help us try and break through that suppression that's coming in 3 days. Okay. I did want to mention before I get to Mexico, because again, these are the things that no one talks to you about these things. The news media doesn't treat you like an adult. They don't think you're a grown-up. They don't think you're intelligent. So they don't tell you things because you might get that information and you might not vote the way they want you to vote in the midterm elections or any election. You might not vote Democrat. And so they only give you the information they need to give you so that you'll vote the way they want because they have a political agenda. They don't want to be honest with you. Mind you, I'm not telling you how to vote. I'm just giving you information and conclusions based on the most logical consequence available. It's up to you. I didn't tell you not to be a Democrat. I'm just telling you it doesn't make sense to me. And I'm telling you that why they are suppressing you, why they're hiding information from you. I'm not doing it. I'm trying to tell you the truth. So here's something. We now have, this is the 7th time in as many months. In 6 months, the Trump administration has had 7 peace deals. 7. Most presidents don't get to 3 or even 1 or 2 peace deals in their entire 4-year term. Sometimes in 8 years, they only get 1 peace deal out of the entire time that someone might be president. They might only get 1 peace deal in their entire 8 years. Donald Trump is working now. This is his 7th peace deal. You're not being told about this. This should be big news. This is why several countries have considered him for a Nobel Peace Prize, that they have suggested his name to be included as at least a nominee, if not a winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. Why? 7 peace deals. India and Pakistan, the Congo and Rwanda. Now we have Azerbaijan and Armenia, Israel and Iran. Yes, there's the Ukraine and Russia, which is not final yet, but he's still trying. That deal's not dead. And yes, there's still Hamas versus Israel. Again, that deal's not dead. And in fact, when we talk about Hamas, when we talk about Russia, it's the fact that these countries refuse to negotiate. It's not that he didn't get them to the table. No other country in the world has gotten these countries to talk to each other and get close to negotiations. It's only because the United States is forcing them to that they even talk. But we can't make the decision for them. And I'll get into with the Ukraine in just a moment. But the fact is, what's the biggest roadblock right now to Russia and Ukraine having a peace deal, having a ceasefire at least? Ukraine says they won't back down. They have to have victory. They cannot give up any land. You've lost. You lost the land. The eastern portion of the Ukraine is under the control of Russia. That is not a question. That is a fact. There is no dispute about that. And there is no dispute about that. Everyone knows it. It is confirmed. You can take photos from the satellites in space. You'll see it. It's a fact. So, but the Ukraine, Zelensky, and his government refuse to acknowledge that fact. I'm not saying that you have to like it. No one's saying this has nothing to do with feelings. You can feel whatever you want. You can hate that truth, but it is the truth. And you may hate that truth. But here's the thing. You're not going to get a peace deal. If you refuse to acknowledge the truth, if you refuse to accept the truth as it exists, then the war doesn't end. You keep fighting. And that's not Donald Trump's fault. He can't make you accept the truth if you don't accept it. He can't make you stop fighting if you say, I'm going to keep fighting because I don't accept the truth. That's not Donald Trump's fault. But what he has done is when nations actually stop and listen, and I am absolutely sure that there is more than a little bit of pressure from the U.S. economy, and the tariffs are being used as leverage to convince these countries, stop fighting. Just stop fighting. Do you want what? You want a 125% tariff? No? Okay, great. Stop fighting. Do you want to be able to do business with the United States? I'm sure you would like to. It would help your economy. It would help your politicians, your political party be in favor and make more money. And you'll bribe your way through this and you'll steal more money from grants and loans from the United States. Fine. I'll let that all happen. But you have to stop fighting. You got to stop killing your people. You got to still stop killing their people. Stop the fighting. And it's working. Again, is that the most ethical way of doing things? Maybe, maybe not. Is it the most effective? At the moment, yes. There is no one else who's more effective. No one else is getting these things done without the United States. Whether it's India and Pakistan, whether it's Iran and Israel, whether it's the Congo and Rwanda, or now or as Armenia and Azerbaijan. They hate each other. Armenia and Azerbaijan have been fighting for like 4 decades. They hate each other. They've been hating each other for literally the only thing that stopped Azerbaijan and Armenia from fighting for the most part was the old Soviet Union. It was the iron grip of communism that stopped them from fighting amongst each other because they didn't have a choice. The Soviets would hold them all down with an iron glove so they couldn't make decisions. They couldn't fight if they wanted to. Well, the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. And now they get to fight. And they don't like each other. And they didn't stop because of Putin. They didn't stop because of Greece or from Turkey or from the EU. None of them stopped them from fighting. No one got them to the peace talks. Donald Trump did. And they came to the United States and signed a peace deal in the United States, confirming it was the United States that's responsible for helping them to get to peace. Will it last? I don't know. Will it last for 10 days, 10 months, 10 years? I can't tell you. I can tell you it's there now. The fighting stopped. That was the whole point. The fighting stopped. And if the fighting stopped, maybe it will continue to hold off. Maybe. No guarantees. But I can tell you that if it wasn't for the United States with a strong leader, with a strong international focus, it would never have happened. And people would be dying nonstop. If the leaders stop and listen, and we have a strong leader with a focus, whether you like him or not, meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. He gets the job done. But the news media mainstream news media doesn't want to talk to you about this. They don't want to tell you that there's been 7 peace deals attempted and or succeeded under the Trump administration, doing far more than any other president in the last 50, if not 75 years. Oh, yeah, you're just not being told about that. Why? They have a political agenda. They want to win the 2026 midterm elections. They want Zohran Mamdani to win in New York in 2025. They need you to vote Democrat. And their goal is to get you to vote Democrat. And you might not vote Democrat even if you hate Trump, you acknowledge that he's effective, that he's creating more peace in the world than existed under Obama, that existed under Biden, that existed under Bush. He's getting more stability and more peace in the world because he's the president than existed before him. That's just a fact. You don't have to like him. That's just the fact. So why can't we give him the credit? Because you might not vote Democrat. Now that you know this, even if you hate Trump, you cannot say he's not effective. Therefore, you might vote for anyone but a Democrat, because the Democrats want the fighting. They were perfectly happy to let these countries continue to fight. They did that under Obama. They let them fight under Obama. They let them fight under Biden. In fact, they added to the bombings. They added to the fighting. They made sure there was plenty of weapons to keep on fighting. They let the conflicts grow and grow and grow because it was good for them. It was good politically. What Trump's doing isn't good politically for them. Again, you can hate Trump all you want. It doesn't change the reality of the situation. Does not change it. Let's see here. I know I got a few comments in here. User has been banned, says we basically gave China the resources in Afghanistan. Well, we didn't give the resources. We didn't give resources to Afghanistan. We gave it to the Taliban. And almost as bad. It was ridiculous. It just makes no sense whatsoever. Let's see. That's rich coming from the media. Those people basically go to daycare for adults. They call work. They aren't smart. You're just being mean. You're being mean, user. Okay, so I wanted to cover that. I know a little while ago you may have heard a little puppy or what sounds like a puppy complaining. That's my dog. Normally at the 2-hour mark, he starts letting me know he wants to go out for a walk because he's 14 years old. But sometimes he starts complaining ahead of time. So I was hearing him before, but he's not here now. I don't know where he went to. Okay. So I think I still have some time before we take a break, and then we'll come back. So with that being said, and I was going to talk about Zelensky anyway, and since we are talking about him, I do want to, again, let me emphasize that the problem for the Ukraine, Zelensky and his government say they're going to continue to fight. That's the problem. The peace deal that is up before them right now is Russia has hinted at, and most people believe that Russia is going to say, we're going to keep what we've won. They took over the eastern portion of the Ukraine. They have a connection to the south with the Crimea. So they've connected the land masses of their influence. They get to control some of the farmland, some of the fertilizer, some of the rare earth metals. And they have a continuous connection of their land and influence to the Black Sea. This is everything that Russia wanted. That's the reason why Russia was having this fight in the first place, to get all of those things. They got it. They took them over. Now they'll stop. Will it be forever? Absolutely not. This is fighting in that region that's been going on for 700 years. It's not going to end tomorrow, no matter what. Whether you like Putin or hate Putin, whether you love or hate Zelensky, whether you think Donald Trump's an angel or a devil, the fighting in that part of Europe, it's not over. It's been going on for 700 years. They're not going to stop. This was happening with the Tsars. This was happening with Prussia. It's not going to end. Why? Because Ukraine has a lot of great farmland, and they have heavy metals, rare earth metals that are necessary. And they have a route to the Black Sea, which connects to the Mediterranean, which is absolutely necessary for Russia. This is not going to end. But we may have peace for 10 years, maybe 20. Might get an entire generation of peace out of this. Maybe. I doubt it, but it's possible. Isn't it worth trying to let them have the peace? And if the Ukraine actually accepts the deal, which is not in their advantage, I agree. but they're losing. Losers don't get to make the terms. The winners do. And Ukraine isn't the winner as much as people want them to be. I know people have that feeling. Okay. Yeah. As much as people have that feeling that they want the Ukraine to win, they're not. Just not going to happen. Sorry to burst somebody's bubble if they haven't figured that out yet. Ukraine cannot win. It is a war of attrition, and they lose. They will always lose the war of attrition. In fact, if it's a war of outright aggression, Russia wins. There's no way that Ukraine wins unless the United States actually drops troops in the Ukraine. And I'm sorry, no. We're not going to own the Ukraine at the end of that day. There's no reason to send American troops there. If you tell me we're going to fight in the Ukraine, then we own the Ukraine. We own it. No one's going to agree to that. Therefore, we're not sending troops there. Screw you. Don't care. I have many people who I lived in the Soviet Union. I've lived in Moscow. I know many Ukrainians throughout my life. They're good people. I have no problem with the people. We're talking about governments here. And no, sorry, no. So Zelensky saying he will not agree to a ceasefire or a peace deal unless Ukraine gets to win. They get to keep all their land. Not going to happen. And by law, he is restricted. By the Ukrainian law, he can't give up any land. The Ukrainian government has to write a new law and say, we can give up. We can lose some land. If it means that we end a war, we lose some land. That's what they have to do. They actually have to write a new law because by law, Zelensky isn't allowed to sign a treaty that says they lose land. And Zelensky also personally will lose power. He will lose his position if Ukraine admits they're losing. They're losing. Just admit it. Go on vacation, go into your retirement in the middle of France with God knows how many millions, if not billions of dollars that you've embezzled from the United States. Take your vacation, go away forever, and let this war end. They won't do it. So people blame Trump for this. This is Trump's fault. How? Trump didn't pass the law in the Ukraine that says that the Ukraine cannot give up any land in a war. Trump isn't telling Zelensky to scream that he will unless he wins all the land back. Trump isn't the one saying keep fighting. Biden said keep fighting. Kamala Harris said keep fighting. Democrats and progressives say keep fighting. They want to see Russia lose. They want to fight until Russia's defeated. That will never happen. That's who's telling. Trump isn't the guy doing that. He's saying, I want peace. Just like for Azerbaijan and Armenia, just like India and Pakistan, I want peace. They're not getting it. This is a problem. Okay. So I just got, by the way, folks, you may have heard, I had family come over. They told me my dog is acting up. He wants to go out. This is early. This is early for my dog. We don't normally do that. But I do need to take him out. He's 14 years old. Okay. I love my dog. I love my dog. He's a cute dog. Most people think he's a puppy. He's actually 14 years old. So if he's screaming right now and family are holding him down so that he's not screaming while I'm on camera, means I got to take him. So what we do, for those who are new to the channel, what we do is I don't end the show. No, not at all. What I do is I will play a video. In this case, I'm going to play my conversation with Matthew J. from Friday. I'm going to play that for a little bit. We're going to be gone for 45 minutes, and then we'll come back, and then we'll pick back up, and I'll pick up with Mexico when we get back. So user has been banned, and everybody, let's see, and Dean and Joanna and Joel will come back, and we'll be talking in chat. I'm looking forward to the chat, SuperChat, RumbleRants, talking about what's going on with the United States and Mexico. And is Donald Trump going to invade Mexico? We'll have that conversation in just a moment. But for about 45 minutes, I'm going to go walk my dog. That gives you guys a chance. Go get a drink of water, have a cigarette, walk your dog, do whatever it is you do, kiss your wife, kiss your significant other. And then, in 45 minutes, we'll be back. So that means that we'll be back at 4:45. 4:45, we'll be back. And then we'll just continue the show and go straight through. All right. So with that said, let me bring this up. There we go. And by the way, this is from Friday. The full video of the entire conversation can be seen on our website, so you can see it there. But I'm going to put this up. And again, I'll type in the comments in just a moment that you'll be able to be with us. We'll be back at 4:45.
And welcome to another episode of the Matthew J. Show. So glad you could join us tonight on actually a beautiful Friday night here in Philadelphia. It's warm, not as bad as it has been the last couple of weeks in the upper 90s. I can take 82 or 84 degrees anytime. I was able to actually do my walk outside today, which was good because it's usually done inside malls, and I know that's not good. I have to start getting more sunshine, no doubt about that. I need the vitamin C and actually need a lot of things to improve my health, but that's going to be a completely different show. Michael Voss is joining us tonight. As you know, Michael Voss is no stranger to the Matthew J. Show. Michael and I actually go back a few years with a lot of our back and forth on panels on the Next Gen Network. So we're ready for some serious discussions tonight. The public is waiting and our audience is waiting, Michael, for us to dissect the issues that affect everyone. Michael, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. I am impressed by your moon tan, but that's okay. Yeah, Matthew, we always have a great time talking about these issues, and I'm going to enjoy this. For the audience that don't know, Matthew never tells me anything until we show up. Literally, I get on and he goes, okay, here's all the questions. He doesn't tell me. He's like, you ready? Yeah. Okay. Here's all the questions. And you get to see it live with me. But I enjoy that. It's a challenge for me. I enjoyed the challenge. It's a lot of fun. So this should be good.
It'll be very good. And Michael, I'm Irish born. I like to keep things spontaneous. And I think that's the most realistic approach. You and I are seasoned observers. And we know what we're talking about. And I think that's what the listening audience appreciates on the Matthew J. Show and the Michael Voss Show and your YouTube and your X and everything else you're on more than me. But Michael, let's get started. Okay. And this is going to be a pretty big question. I can narrow it down if you want to, but I really want you to just go to run wild with it because it's going to be about New York City. It's going to be about, if I'm pronouncing it right, Mamdani, the potential future mayor of New York City. But what I want you to do right now for the audience, Michael, I want you to speculate on what you think New York City will be or look like under a Mamdani, however you pronounce it, rule. How will New York City look if he does come to power?
Okay. Mamdani.
There you go. Thank you.
It's MAMDANI, and everyone gets it wrong all the time. So you're in good company with like everyone on that. So Mamdani is a true believer socialist who's never actually lived in a socialist nation. So he has no understanding of the impact of what he's doing. Everything he is offering is a copy of a socialist policy that has been tried somewhere else and failed. Talking about the grocery stores owned by the state, that failed in Kansas. People don't know that. Having the free buses failed. That was also in Kansas. Every policy he's ever, the $30 minimum wage, massive failure. We already know that $20 in California failed. We know in New York City and New York State, $15 an hour minimum wage failed. And when I say that, I want people to do the math. Go to ChatGPT, ask it to do the math for you. The result is that while the 3% that actually get minimum wage, something that no one ever talks about. This is the maximum. The most people in America that get minimum wage in any given year is 3%. The average is 1.3% of the entire population. And for those people, when they get the minimum wage, what we see is they got about 9% more, 6% more pay, and they lost 9% more hours. And when you do the math on that, they lost money, each and every one. And that's why you see this has failed in Oregon, Washington State, in Colorado, New York, California. Everywhere they've tried this social experiment, it's failed. $30 would be an even bigger failure. So what do I see New York being? Have you seen pictures of Baltimore? How about Detroit? Downtown Detroit. We're talking about burnt out, broken, devastation. We're talking about New York not being the big apple. It'll be the rotten apple. We're talking about even worse functioning government and a worse functioning city than we've ever seen before. And you will see the big corporations will leave New York, which means we will be in further debt. We will be desperate for government grants for things like illegal aliens, which will help to break the social contract in New York, as it already is happening. And you will see more violence. You will see more division. You will see fewer families. And it will destroy New York's economy, and it will hurt the national economy as well.
Michael, this is a disturbing picture that you're painting here of your beloved New York City.
But that's what we've seen in capitalism. Communism everywhere in the world, in every single example, going back over 100 years, this has always been the result. Every single time. They will always promise you rainbows and unicorns, and this time it's going to be different. And every time it is always the same policies, the same promises, the same failure. Mamdani, he's a believer, does not mean it's going to be any different. He's going to fail too.
Well, Michael, hold on. Let me ask you this. I looked at some of his older tweets from 2020 and 2021, and he was a state legislature, right? In New York, was he a state
He's
rep?
an assembly member. He's
okay,
an
assembly member. Now, all the things about defunding the police and all the pop shots he took at NYPD and whatnot. Now, if he was to get elected, wouldn't he need an NYPD a security detail? So all this anti-police stuff, that's going to be biting him in the ass, right?
No, he already has a detail.
Oh, they already gave it to him.
No. When he goes out, and if you look carefully at some of the live streams, if you look carefully at many of the pictures, he has a plainclothes police. I believe they're plainclothes police or they're security, but they are armed and they're surrounding him. He already has that because it's about, see, like all socialism, he's on a different plane. He's one of the leaders. And so he has to be protected. He has to have certain perks that you don't get because he's a leader. And he needs those perks. He needs that difference, that comfort level to help him deal with the stress of making the decisions for you, because you can't be relied on to make a decision for yourself. No. That would be individualism. And he doesn't believe that. He believes in collectivism. So he has to make the decision for you. He has to micromanage your life. He has all the stress, so he gets all the perks. You get whatever is left over.
Michael, I have to ask you this then. What did he use as his platform? I was up in New York City a few weeks ago, and I try to get up there as often as I can. And I think one of the things I may have seen a video of like the hot dog things on every corner, hot dogs. They sell you hot dogs,
vendors,
and things like that. The vendors, and saying, "Oh, these prices are too high. The first thing I'm going to do as mayor is I'm going to bring them down." Did he run on some type of populist Democrat message? How did he win?
Free stuff. Same thing. Same reason why he's doing well now. Free stuff. He's going to come in and he's going to give free stuff. He's going to make sure that you're not responsible for the crimes that you choose to commit because you may have a suntan or you may have come from another country. or you pray a little bit differently than other people. And so you'll get a break, a discount on your criminality, or you won't be considered a criminal at all. He will just give you stuff from other taxpayers because you came into America illegally, because he believes in open borders, and he doesn't believe that it's a crime to enter a nation against the law without authorization, without a background check. So he wants to give these people rewards for being criminals. He wants to give people free stuff that I don't know where he thinks the money's going to come from to pay for all of it, but it's just, that's someone else's problem. He's just going to give you the free stuff, and you will say yes. Now, the thing is, you're not asking the full question. What are you going to give up for that? So, yeah, you get some of the free things, but then to help pay for that, because everything has to be paid for, you don't have any police. He's going to reduce the number of police because he doesn't believe in the police. Of course, criminals are very happy to vote for him because they love that idea. Yeah, less police, and there's no self-defense. There's the castle doctrine in New York. It's almost impossible to get a firearm. Even if you get a concealed carry, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people who have jumped through all the hurdles of New York State's requirements for a concealed carry permit, New York City's requirements for a concealed carry permit. And right now at Police Plaza 1, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of applications on the desk that have already been approved. They're on a time limit because it's a 2-year license, and they're just letting them sit there as time is eating away on people getting that license. And the reason why it's there and denying these people their right to actually conceal carry that they were approved for is because New York doesn't have the paper to make the license with. This is New York City that gives illegal aliens an ID free of charge. You're an illegal alien. The same paper that they use for the illegal alien ID is the same paper that they would give to the concealed carry person. But they're not doing it for the concealed carry. They're delaying them by 6 months, if not a year at this point, cutting their time. So now they have to go back in a year, having only 1 year of their concealed carry, go through the entire process all over again, spend more money, more fees, more taxes, and they might not get approved the second time. And so this is free money for New York State. And this is what Mamdani wants to put in.
Michael, listen,
go ahead.
I listened to every word you said there. That is, terrifying when you think about it. We want to walk that difficult on obtaining a firearm. The audience wants to know, because Michael, you're tapped into that, what's going on in New York City and the mayoral race. Mm-hmm. Is there any inside observations, Michael? Is there any chance that he doesn't win and some kind of surprise candidate comes out of nowhere and wins?
Well, no, it won't be a surprise. We know. Here's the thing. There's 5 candidates in the race. I know this is probably a surprise for most of the audience out there. There are 5 people who are in this race. Of course, if you listen to the mainstream news media, there's 2. There's Cuomo and there's Mamdani. But that's not realistic at all. There's 5 people. There's Adams, there's Curtis Sliwa, and there's also Jim Walden. So there's 5 people. The media has a political agenda. They have an objective here, which is why they say there's 2 candidates. Sometimes they mention with Adams being the outlier. He's the outside dark horse of the race, which is totally discounting the fact there's a Republican in the race. That's Curtis Sliwa. And discounting the independent, the only true independent in the race. That's Jim Walden. Now, Walden is he's unlikely. He did get matching funds for $200,000. He's in the race, but very unlikely. And Curtis Sliwa actually outraised. He got $1.9 million in matching funds, which is more than what Mamdani got, which is $1.6 million. So Sliwa was actually doing better in that metric at this moment than Mamdani is. Sliwa can win if Adams and Cuomo and Mamdani are running. They're breaking up the progressive Democrat voting bloc, and they're splintering it for various reasons. You know, Adams is black, and he's also kind of sort of a Democrat, and he's the incumbent. You've got Cuomo, but he's also damaged goods because of Me Too, because of killing 16,000 people, because he's a criminal, he's morally corrupt. And then you've got Mamdani, who's got pipe dreams and socialism out the ass. So they're going to break up those votes. And Sliwa, well, he's Republican, and he's very much in favor of helping the people. Here's the thing. Most people don't know. There are, right now, the Democrats are happy to push through lithium battery plants in New York, 17 of them. They're going to build them all in residential communities. In fact, there's one about 7 miles away from where I live right now that I only found out about because Curtis Leawood was having a rally at the location, and I went there and I was covering it because I do cover local news. And it was right next door to an apartment building with a family and kids, young kids. We're talking about 12-year-olds and under. They never told them what was being built. It's 2 blocks away from elementary school for kids.
Yeah.
When these lithium battery plants burn, and they do, they burn for about 7 days at a time. The toxic plume is both cancerous as well as toxic, and it can cover an area of over 5 miles. Again, there's a elementary school 2 blocks away. There are families right next door to where they're building the plant, and they didn't tell anyone. And by the way, it's it's half a block away from Boston Road, which is Route 1, the oldest highway
Michael,
in America.
how do they get past the planning process without any community involvement to build something like that?
Because they didn't tell anyone. They just built it.
Just built the thing.
They just put it in, and they didn't tell anyone. And now that you have Curtis Sliwa, who's running, and he's very much an advocate against this. If you're going to build it in a commercial zone where it'll have less potential danger to the public and to families. And not one major news media organization covered it. In fact, that was the only news media covering it. None of the families in the region were told about it. The businesses weren't told about it. The representatives, like New York 15th Congressional District, it's Richie Torres, a Democrat. He didn't show up. He didn't care. These are his constituents that are potentially in danger. Or if they have a plan to make it safe, he could have been there to say, no, this is how it's going to be safe. He didn't care. And so that's the problem with this race. The more opportunity that comes to Curtis Sliwa to get his voice out so people can just hear what he offers.
He's a talk show guy, though, isn't he, Mike?
He's a radio host. He's the guardian angels. He's been in New York politics for almost as long as I've been alive.
The difference can't be any. He's 71, right? Am I reading that right?
He is.
Okay, and our boy we've been talking about here on the Democrat side is what, 33?
Yeah.
What can Curtis do to establish a stronger rapport with not just a Republican voter, which I probably not a lot in New York City? What can he do to increase his chances? Or Michael, give me. How much of a vote could Curtis get? Or would you think he'd get right now?
We know that he normally gets in any particular race. We've seen him get in the 25 to 30 percentile range. That's normal. Okay. In this kind of race, though, because of the split with the 3 other Democrats all running, well, they're all fracturing the vote. Yes, Mamdani is looking at about 35%, but that's not a clear win. You're looking at them breaking it up, that Curtis Sliwa is technically, he should be running about neck and neck. And possibly, because of that split, that diversity, you could see Sliwa taking the lead. He just needs some publicity. And if the GOP, New York State GOP, actually got off their ass, they put some money behind him, which they've been holding back because some of them want to support Eric Adams, who is not well loved. It's a stupid idea, and he's a Democrat. But they want to support him because he's the incumbent. No, they should put their money directly behind Sliwa, get him the advertising he needs so that he gets what I just described to you is something that families actually care about, that businesses actually care about. This is an important issue. It directly affects the safety of people across. There's 17 of these across New York City. And people should have at least knowledge of this, whether it's safe or not, whether they want to live next to that damn thing. And so if we give him the opportunity to get the media exposure, because CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to have this conversation. And if we do, he will get the votes.
Will there be any debates, Michael, later this year between the candidates?
Yeah, of course. One.
Okay, so
probably
I mean,
one.
Couldn't that also work to Curtis's advantage?
Depends on the question.
If he's exposed for, like what you were mentioning, free public transit and getting away with police, using social workers to respond to calls, $30 minimum wage, things like that. I don't understand that. And you've got Wall Street, you've got corporate America right down there, in Manhattan. I don't understand that, how they would put this guy in there. I mean, people start fleeing New York City.
Because they hope and they expect that he will be as corrupt as all the other Democrats.
Okay.
There's a lot of corruption in New York State. And I won't say it's only with the Democrats. There's Republicans and everyone. New York State's a corrupt state. That's just a fact. But most of that corruption is in the leadership, which is Democrats. New York State is a single party rule state. Democrats control everything. Anything that's going wrong in New York State has nothing to do with Republicans because we don't control anything. We have no control. So if it's going wrong and it's from the government, it's because of Democrats. That's not political. That's a fact. They're the ones in charge. They have control of the state legislature and the governor and the mayorship in New York. So what we need is, if we're going to have a debate, we actually need a debate where the questions are fair, that they're real questions that are actually dealing with the issues like the lithium battery plant, like what we're going to do about business, because businesses are running away. Fifth Avenue, which is historic. There's about 1/3 of the businesses on Fifth Avenue. Sorry, it's New York. You may hear some background there. It's New York in the summer. Kids on motorcycles, but Fifth Avenue, which is historic, about 1/3, 1/4 of all of the businesses there, they're shuttered. They're not. There's no one there. The businesses, it's barricaded. This has never happened in my lifetime. My family and I have been in New York City for almost 60 years.
Right.
That's never been the case. So we have a serious financial problem, which is connected to the societal problem, which is all coming from the micromanagement of Democrats over the rest of the people, and that is having a negative consequence. We need to address that. If you have questions that seriously ask that question, and you give a Sliwa a chance to actually give that answer, even a Jim Walden, give him a fair chance to actually ask and answer that question, then you'll see a very different result. But the media has already made it very clear they're not going to do that. That's why they only talk about two people in this race, Cuomo and Mamdani, because they want people to think that's the only choice you have. Your choice is a Democrat or a Democrat. It's a lie. It's a lie, and that is misrepresenting and abusing the power of the fourth estate of news media by not being honest with the people and going, no, there's 5 people here. It's Michael, up to you to vote for whomever you want.
Before I move on to the next New York issue, and I'm trying to decipher what you said there. You're saying that there's still a possibility, and would I characterize it as remote, that Mamdani, if I know I'm not pronouncing it right, could lose this? Is there still a chance that can happen? But you're saying all these things have to come into play, like with Curtis and whatnot. Is there a chance, or if you're a betting man, would you still say he's going to win?
80%. Mamdani has about an 80 at this point, about 80%-ish chance of winning. But it is something that could be eaten away. It's not a solid, guaranteed, he's going to run away with this. That's not true. And we can say that in part because look at the most recent funding. He's got fundraising was outraised by Curtis Sliwa, a man who's not getting any attention, and he's a Republican in New York City, which is a 66-1 against. There's 6 Democrats for every Republican.
Michael, let me stop you real quick. Then you're talking about Curtis, Republican side. Why can't we get any high-level endorsements like President Trump coming in? I don't understand. Does Curtis have any endorsements in New York for the New York State Assembly? Anyone?
He's got some endorsements, not so much from the state assembly, but no one cares. Quite honestly, most people don't care about the state assembly or the state senate. Why? Because they're just Democrats. It's just the Democratic machine. And so since they're amorphous, they're just one big blob. They're yes men to the Democratic Party. No one cares. So it dilutes the power. And if you're a Republican that's endorsing another Republican, well, you're a minority in New York State. You can't do anything in terms of passing a law, introducing a bill. You can't do anything. So does it really matter if you endorse anyone? No. Now, if Trump were to come in and do that, that could make a difference. But again, there's people in the New York State GOP who are trying to push President Trump to support or endorse Eric Adams, to make a deal with him and support him, because they think that will bring in Democrat votes, black votes will go to Eric Adams, especially with Trump, and then he gets the Trump supporters, and that'll win the race. Based on this, again, the same split structure. I think that's stupid. I think that's short-sighted. I think that's myopic and hopeful, and it's a terrible idea. And there are people who hopefully are saying the same thing I'm saying right now to President Trump, saying, no, you go with Eric Sliwa because he is the Republican candidate and he is a true difference, and he is liked by people across party lines, and he has a history of his dedication to New York. I sound very positive on Sliwa. I've talked to him. I've covered him 4 times this year. I've listened to him. I even sat down with him virtually one-on-one for about 25 minutes, asking him some of these questions directly on camera, on the record, and getting direct answers from him.
He's a pretty sharp, Michael, is he a pretty sharp guy then?
Yeah. Yeah. And he's also a realist. He's a realist. He understands what his chances are. But I think that if he were to get a fair shot, again, I'm asking for a fair shot. If the GOP put the money behind him, and there is money there, and they can, give him the advertising so he has a chance to introduce himself, he has a fair shot. I would say Jim Walden, to be fair, he's the independent. He also deserves to be heard, whether you agree with him or not. And about 75% of what Walden says I don't agree with, but he deserves to be heard.
I agree.
He made it to the ballot. He's running. He's doing his best to run. He's raising money, $200,000, small compared to everyone else, but he raised money. He's in this race. Give him a shot to be heard. Let the public make the choice. People can't talk about fair elections, or the question about whether elections matter. If you can't be told who's running and hear a fair opportunity to hear their voice, then it's rigged from the start. Stop trying to tell me that, we need to do this to get elections fair. There's not enough black people. Right? Screw that. That's all a lie. Every person in America who wants to vote can. Period. That's true. Everyone in America. No one's being stopped.
No, I got you. No, Michael, listen, I got some more New York stuff to talk about, and I got a whole load of stuff after that, but I wanted to get this next one in. I'm going to talk about one of your favorite people, too, that's who said no one is above the law. This afternoon, DOJ has officially opened up a grand jury investigation in New York Attorney General Letitia James for deprivation of rights. And also, I believe, still on that whole mortgage situation.
Yes.
Do you think anything will come of the grand jury? Is there enough evidence you hear floating around New York City, whether it be the mortgage stuff or, again, what she did against Trump, even when she was campaigning, saying, I'm going to get this guy. And I guess they're determining them civil rights violations as well. Is there enough meat on the bone here to get a grand jury and for this process to move forward?
Should there be? Yes. Will there be? Probably not. Probably would do better on the mortgage issue, which is still under investigation, along with Adam Schiff in California for the same reason. That would probably have more meat on the bone because there is a legal document that you can actually go to. So there is absolute fact that cannot be questioned. It is documented. It is there in black and white. And she knowingly did this. So that's something that you can definitely get an indictment on. In terms of the case they're looking at right now, whether or not she was biased, that goes into motivation, which is very difficult to prove. It's red meat for Republicans, absolutely, but it's more of a questionable issue. And you're not hearing a lot of people talk about it because Democrats don't want to talk about it at all. And you're not going to hear anything about it. The mainstream media is
let
keeping
me ask
away
you this,
from it.
Michael. And I know these are legal questions, but as far as the composition of a grand jury, this grand jury would come out of New York City. So you're kind of alluding to that it won't get any further than that, just based on the composition of a potential grand jury in New York City?
Yes.
That bad?
Yes.
Well, I hate to see that or hear that because it's not just with Letitia James. You also have the Manhattan District Attorney as well, who won another term, right?
Alvin Bragg, no, he's up for he's going to be up for election this year, 2025. I know he's got a couple people running against him. Most likely, he's got a very, very, again, like 80% he'll win. But he does have competition. There is another choice out there. Again, you're not hearing about it because the media has already made its decision. And their decision is they want Bragg.
Okay. It sounds like New York City and the whole state of New York is more effed up than the state of Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah, by a long shot.
No, I got you on that. Again, just to say that she campaigned on getting Trump and maliciously prosecuted him for non-crimes. And that's illegal to do something like that, right?
Yes. Yeah. She got him on RICO, on the conspiracy.
Yes.
And there's no underlying crime. So she said he made a conspiracy, but there's no crime at the core of what he did. He did all this conspiracy, but what was the individual? There was only one charge, which he repeated 34 times. That's not a conspiracy. And it's paper thin what she pushed through. But again, it's the temperament of New York. Remember, New York State is a state where a judge literally said on the record that in the Dexter Taylor case, which is a Second Amendment issue, that the Second Amendment has no power in the New York City court. It has no power in New York courts with that judge, the Second Amendment. Because if it did, Dexter Taylor wouldn't be in jail right now. So, yeah, New York City's screwed. New York State, the courts, the legal system, and the bias is very clear.
Michael, let me ask you a general question before we get off New York City. I know we're past the half hour. I didn't want to spend that much time. New York City things are very important, of course, the mayor race and Letitia James in the state. But I wanted to ask you, and I know this is kind of like a general question, but I was kind of thinking about it. Just recently been up to New York City as well. You remember last year with Luigi, and then of course the terrible shooting at 345 Park Avenue a few weeks ago. Why are these shooters from around the country feeling compelled to come to New York City to kill corporate officials or people in corporate America, supposedly like the NFL with 345 Park Avenue? What is drawing them to New York City to commit these murders?
They want attention. They are broken people who want attention. They think they will be glorified and raised up in their passage. They're evil, again, and very much they're broken. And they know that they can get away with it because New York State has removed the ability for me to defend myself, even passively. I own a bulletproof vest, but New York State says that's a crime. That's a felony to own a passive self-defense, owning a bulletproof vest.
Wow.
That's it's insane. So I can't even passively defend myself. If we could, how many people might have been saved that day? Tamaru is the guy who did the shooting.
Yes.
It has a lot of problems, and some people said this was because of not just the NFL, but also because the NFL supports Israel, that kind of thing. But what it breaks down to is there was no one who could stop him because we couldn't defend ourselves. We don't have a right. Even if you have a concealed carry, you don't have the right to have that in New York State.
Well, Michael, that Park Avenue off-duty NYPD, all he had was his handgun, so he was outgunned from Jump Street then.
And he didn't have his bulletproof vest on. Gee, what a shocking thing. And gee, what if all the people who were putting up the couches to barricade the door, bullets will go through cloth in a heartbeat. They didn't barricade anything. They gave themselves a false hope of safety by putting all those couches. If you saw some of the video of that day, some of the people in the offices there, they were putting up couches to try and block the doors.
Yeah, I saw
block
that.
the window. Useless. Bullet would have tore right through that in a heartbeat because it's cloth.
Michael, are New York City corporations revisiting their security plan, their layouts?
No,
I mean,
can't.
are there a lot of off-duty NYPD officers? And when I mean a lot, I mean hundreds or more that moonlight, or whatever word you want to use, at corporations. And they're I guess this guy you can walk into any lobby. Maybe that'll be changed now. The guy got in the lobby, and that's where he shot the cop, right?
Well, yes, there are. It is in the hundreds, if not thousands. Remember, there's about 30,000 right now, 30,000 police officers in New York. Usually it's about 42. We're down to 30. So we don't have enough police officers. Yes, it is very normal for police officers in their time off to go and be private security. Very common to see happen. No, they're not going to change their policies because what are they going to do? Get armed guards? They can't, because New York State hates Second Amendment. It hates anyone being armed. So no, you're not going to be able to protect your employees or the public any more than you already have been. They'll maybe put up some, oh, look, we've got a metal detector. Like that matters. We'll put up a sign, gun-free zone. Doesn't really matter. And when you have, at the same time, we should say something that's very important. Part of the reason why this happened is because of the Free Luigi movement. The nut jobs that say Luigi was a great guy, he was a good guy, look what he did a good thing. You are the reason why there are people endangered and dying because of nut jobs like Tamar, who go in and say, I can be famous, people will love me, I'll just go after a corporation, and by the way, I'll run into a bunch of innocent people who have no idea what's going on, and he'll shoot them too. And so every innocent life, all of those innocent lives, are on the heads of the Free Luigi movement, as well as New York State's legislature that denies people the right to defend themselves. Women are suffering across this entire state and New York City, being abused every day because they're denied the opportunity to defend themselves. And the media doesn't want to forward it like that because
Michael,
they would lose.
So if you're a New York City office worker, that'd be in the thousands or tens of thousands, what you're saying essentially, Michael, you're sitting ducks, even with security there.
Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and yes.
That is a terrible thing. Something I have to
Truth.
I have to think about when I'm up there. Now, Michael, I do want to move on because I want to get your feedback on this situation. There was a Boston sheriff that was arrested today by ICE because he was refusing to cooperate with ICE investigations. I missed that story. Boston being a sanctuary city. If I have that story right, I don't know if you heard that. I heard about a member of I believe it was Massachusetts State Police. Might be state police, might be local, who was an illegal alien working in the police. And I heard that story too, Michael. This is I heard that one too. But this
one today I didn't hear about yet.
Yeah, this one's different, and it's interesting. I wanted to ask you. I forgot where I wrote the damn follow up at. The whole sanctuary city policy. I know Carolyn Yvette, Trump's spokesperson, has come out and she gave a list of 16 of the biggest sanctuary cities. And I think it's about time that we're putting the spotlight on exactly what is transpiring in these sanctuary cities and what they're doing. And what they're doing is endangering people like you and I out there because they want to make it safe for the criminals, and they think the cops are the perps. Now, I know that happens here in Philadelphia, okay, because we have a Soros bought and sold DA, Larry Krasner, that thinks the cops are the perps, and people that are getting released that shouldn't be out there. And that's what Mamdani seems like he wants to do from Jump Street. He doesn't really believe in incarceration. If I was reading some of his past tweets, right, Michael? Is that true or not?
You're reading it correctly. And him and Alvin Bragg, they believe in the bail reform, which has been a failed policy. That experiment failed. We've seen crime and repeat crimes go up because of this bail reform. It doesn't work. It never was going to work, and everyone knew it. But we're seeing, and in these 16 cities, which are, New York, Boston, Chicago, Baltimore, it's going to be LA, Colorado, Aurora, Colorado, Boulder, Austin, Texas. I know them off the top of my head. Okay. These are the usual suspects, the bluer than blue cities across the country with the largest populations. And in each of these places, they are trying to allow illegal aliens in. Why? The question we have to ask is, why are they willing to endanger people? Because we have seen that the more people you have come in illegally that have no authorization and you have no background check on these individuals, the more that we are seeing that many criminals are coming in with that large group, and many of them are vile individuals that go on to do mass murders and target women and children. And that's because it's we have so many of them that we have this huge proportion that are these violent additional criminals. The reason why is the census. The simplest answer to this is the census. New York State is losing and has been losing about 200 to 300,000 people a year are leaving New York State. That's the population. We're just losing every year. We're leading the mass exodus of the state. New York is number 1. California is number 2. New Jersey is about number 3. And that's been true for a decade now. And when you think about that, well, if we're losing population in those large sum, every congressional district is 720,000 people. So in 3 years, that's one congressman. Every 3 years, that's a congressman. We've been doing this for over a decade. New York should lose 3 members of Congress, possibly 4. We only lost 1. Why? Because they started counting under the Biden administration. One of the first things that he did in 2021 is say that the census can count illegal aliens. And when they did that, they saved 2 seats in New York, 5 seats in California, go on through all the different states. This is why they're willing to put people in danger, because Democrats care about power more than they do about the people. Same thing what we're seeing with Texas redistricting right now. They care about power. Oh, we can go down, take a vote, and help the flood victims get the money they need to get their lives in order, to try and rebuild and fix their lives, to help businesses get back, started back up. American citizens are going to be, they are being directly harmed right now by those Texas Democrats not doing their job and breaking their oath of office. And the mainstream media doesn't want to mention that. That's the reality of it. And yet, look at what they're doing. Why? Because they want to make it as easy as possible for Democrats to get reelected and to hold power. That's what this is about. It's selfish. It is about the political party over the people. It has no benefit for the people in Texas, none whatsoever. But they're
Michael,
doing it anyway.
A quick observation. I was listening to one of your podcasts the other day, and
now, hey everybody. So I'm back, and I know at 4:45 I'm going to restart and we'll pick up the show where we had left off. I was just listening to this. Got back with my dog a little earlier than I expected, and I just want to take a second here to speak with you guys, and I want to ask a real easy question. Real easy question. Totally off topic of everything else we've been talking about. And as I said, at 4:45, I'll go jump back in and we'll start back where we had left off. We'll talk about Trump and Mexico in a moment. But we still hear people throughout this nation, a lot of progressives, and especially at the colleges, that are trying to tell the youth, because it's one of the biggest issues for the youth right now, is the environment. And they keep telling them that, we have to fix the environment. We have to fix the environment. The world's going to end somewhere in the next 12, 20. They keep changing the number at some point in the future. And something that I was just thinking about, because I saw an Uber while I was walking my dog, I saw someone getting Uber, and the Uber Eats, so I think it is, or Uber Food or something like that. Someone was getting food delivered to them. And I just remember the youth today, they don't cook. They don't know how to cook. They don't go shopping. They don't know how to shop in a store. They don't know how to look for the deals. They order everything online. Someone else is going to bring them the food. Someone's going to cook the food. You've got all those ads on YouTube and all social media of all those prepared food programs, because the youth, they know how to hit a microwave button. They don't know how to cook. And the money that they're spending just to get the food delivered to them is as much as what it would cost for the groceries to go out and buy them. Let alone having someone prepared, and there's extra cost on that. And I'm thinking to myself, if these kids are being told that they have to fix the environment, why are they also being taught how to destroy the environment? That Uber, whether it's an electric car or a regular car, that's electricity that comes from somewhere, that takes fuel, that takes more carbon emissions to generate the electricity to run that car, to run that bicycle. So there's that. You have a person who has to eat because they're at work. So they're going to eat, and they're eating out. Someone's preparing the foods. You got to ship and freeze dry the foods. You have to package the foods and then get them delivered because they're cooked. So there's that. There's more waste going into the landfills. It is actually ecologically the very same principles and ideas from the left to have Uber Eats and have all the food delivered and have groceries delivered than to go do it yourself. They are actually damaging the environment more by their lifestyle than if they had the lifestyle I grew up under. Go to the store, want something from the store, get up, go out and walk, go to the store, buy whatever it is and come back, go and cook. And I don't think most people ever really connect that. I don't think the youth are ever told to connect that their actions are actually less conducive for the environment than if they did it the old-fashioned way. Just cook yourself. Go out, buy food, cook. It's more cost-effective. I know it's bad for the economy. Needs them to do this. We need those service jobs. We need those prepared foods and all those delivery people. We need that. But it's just counterproductive. And I don't think I've never seen anyone stop and say, do you realize you're actually hurting the environment? And they have no way of doing otherwise. They don't know how to cook. If there's young people who are watching this and you guys think I'm wrong, think I don't know what I'm talking about, fantastic. Tell me, Mike, you got it wrong. No. We all know how to cook. Because I know when I was growing up, I went to high school. We had home ec. We learned how to cook. It was part of high school. It's part of preparation for the world. And I know even before that, when I was 13, I was taught how to cook by my mother. It was just part of life. Kids don't get that anymore. I mean, literally, you can see YouTube videos. They don't know how to make spaghetti. Literally, boiling water is a hard thing for some of these youth. I'm not upset with them. I think no one's ever actually pointed out and said, the lifestyle you're leading doesn't equal the outcome you want. You want someone else to fix the environment, but you want to live your very wasteful life that makes the environment worse. Doesn't make sense, does it? I don't know. It was something I thought of while I was on my walk with my dog. Just wanted to throw that out there. I know everyone was watching everything else. Okay, we're going to get back into the show itself, and we'll pick up with where I left off with Trump. All right, so hang on one second, and
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
hello, everyone, and thank you for coming back and joining me here on No Sound Bites Allowed. Today is August 10th, and it is 4:47 in the evening. We took a slightly early break because my 14-year-old dog decided he absolutely had to go out, so we took him out. And he should be good now. He got something to eat. He got to have his little walk. I got to have a cigarette. So life is good. Hopefully everyone else had the chance to do the same. But we wanted to pick back up where we had left off, and I thought it was a good spot. We had just talked about Zelensky. We talked about the seventh peace deal that Donald Trump has been directly involved in, helping to make the world more stable and more peaceful. Whether or not you like him, that is what he is doing. That is a fact. It is confirmed internationally. You don't have to like him. That's what he's doing. And he's doing better than Biden or Obama or Clinton or Bush at making more peace in the world. That's just a fact. So there is that going on. But there are issues with some of the things Trump's trying to do, because obviously you see in Russia, Ukraine, great example. You know, you have the Ukraine is not working with Trump to get to peace, and Russia's taking advantage of it because Russia is winning. And so the longer this takes, the more Ukrainians that die, the better it is for Russia. So it's not very helpful. Same thing with what we see with Hamas and Israel. Doesn't matter if you like Israel or not. Totally meaningless. The fact is, the conflict between Hamas and Israel can end at any point within 24 hours and has been able to end within 24 hours for over 18 months. All it requires is that Hamas gives back the hostages. Give back all the remaining hostages, alive and or dead. And the world has guaranteed that Israel will stand down, that every nation in the world, including the United States, has stood by and said, if you return the hostages, we will put all political pressure onto Israel to have a ceasefire and to start peace talks right then and there. Hamas can win. They can get this done. They can get the humanitarian aid. Their people are starving only because Hamas wants them to starve, because it's good for Hamas. That is a harsh reality that many people on the left do not want to address. There are people around the world who do not want to address that Hamas is the only reason why people in Gaza are dying. That ultimately, yes, Israelis you may think they're the bad guys, you may not like them. The reason why people are dying in Gaza is because Hamas will not get back the hostages. And that has been the case for 18 months. No one has, these numbers do not need to be as high as they have been. It's only because of Hamas, because they have the out. They have the way to end this, and they refuse it. So there is that. So I don't count those attempts at peace deals by Trump against him. He has factors, groups, political organizations that refuse, absolutely, utterly refuse to work with him on this. Okay, can't do anything about that. So, but that brings us to what's happening with Mexico, what's happening with drug cartels, child slavery in the United States. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, that by supporting open borders, whether anyone wants to or not, they are directly supporting child slavery. That's just a fact. Because when you support open borders, well, that enables the drug cartels to have sex slaves, to have child slaves come into the nation and work at places like a commercial California marijuana farm, where we know that unaccompanied minors were working illegally, not just because they were illegally in the nation, but illegally working by the state of California laws, doing the equivalent of picking cotton. So there's that. Yeah. Sorry, getting a message about my dog who's now screaming for God knows what reason. We'll see. Deal with him in a moment. So where does that leave me? So how do we resolve this? What's the answer to this? Come here. How do we answer that? Well, the answer to that is, well, according to Trump, the latest idea is we made the cartels considered to be terrorist organizations because they do act in a terroristic way. They go into places like Aurora, Colorado, and they take over entire apartment complexes. They extort businesses. They help promote prostitution and drug dealing and gun running and gang wars. We see that they are being used by the vice mayor of Cudahy, California, to engage with legitimate American law enforcement to fight, to basically wage a war. That's, again, these are facts. These are confirmed. This isn't my opinion as someone on the right. That is internationally credible news. I've covered the story. I've shown you the articles on this. So we know these things are happening. So they are acting as if they were a terrorist organization here in the United States. Therefore, they should be treated like that. They have been categorized as terrorist organizations. Well, what does the United States do to terrorist organizations? We use the military against them. We take military action against them. And that's true whether it's in Afghanistan or Iraq or anywhere else in the world. We treat them with rather savage attacks. So what we're seeing now is that Donald Trump has decided that the United States is going to be able to deal with Mexico's drug cartels, of which there's about 5 that we've isolated, 4 or 5 that we've isolated in Mexico, that we want to target with our military, to use military forces against them. I think this is a good idea. You may not. I think it's a great idea. Now, Mexico's president, she has a problem with this. And as you can see, this is quoted by the BBC News. She says, quote, the United States is not going to come into Mexico with the military. President Claudia Sheinbaum says, we cooperate, we collaborate, but there is not going to be an invasion. That is ruled out, absolutely ruled out. Well, wait a minute. So New York Times on Friday said that Donald Trump signed an order, which really isn't secret. It was a memorandum to the military. It was not secret, but it wasn't public. It wasn't like he had a press conference on it. He just gave a direction to the military and said, we should use military force against these drug cartels because they are considered terrorists. Okay. And so the New York Times put it out there like, oh, this is a big secret. No one's supposed to know. No, it's not a big secret. It was just a memo. It wasn't a press release. Big difference between the two. No one's hiding this. And now we have the president of Mexico who's also blowing this up, just like the New York Times did. And they're trying to say, oh, well, Trump's going to invade Mexico. That's not what he said. This isn't a secret. And he didn't say invade. The United States isn't invading Mexico. That's not on the plan. That isn't something that's been described. That isn't what our technique or our actions tend to be when we deal with terrorist organizations. That's not it. So what we are looking at is potentially what we've seen in some movies, what we've seen in the past even. We saw this during the Reagan administration, somewhat with the Sandinistas, is that we would use military forces against pinpoint cartel locations. You could see the United States come in and firebomb, say, a drug field of poppies in Mexico. That could be something that we would do. We could see that there would be black op teams going into Mexico to assassinate the leaders of several of the cartels and their to break up their organization, to attack their infrastructure. You could see something like that. And I believe even Matthew J. said, well, that sounds kind of like Sicario, the movie, where we have these black op teams and this individual, who, and in particular in the movie Sicario, that individual is not an American, who goes into Mexico and he assassinates one of the drug cartel leaders. Okay. But the Americans gave the environment for him to get into Mexico to make that assassination. And that's good because it ends the drug cartel, that slavery, the prostitution, the drug dealing, the wars, gang wars in the United States. Makes things more calm. So could we see that happen? Yes. Is that a bad thing? No, it's not a bad thing at all. Because the president of Mexico doesn't run Mexico. And we all know this. This isn't new. This isn't shocking. It isn't something that no one's ever heard of before. Same thing with Venezuela. Same thing with many of the Central American and South American countries. The leadership, the people in elected office, they don't run those countries. The cartels do. And we know this. We've known this for decades. It's not a new occurrence. This is old news. So we need to do something to be proactive. And here's the thing that we do. I think this would be great. Yes, be like a Sicario. Yes. Or another way to look at it is, like, how did the United States deal with Iran? We were pinpoint. We were absolutely definitive in our target. We hit the target and we went on. Came in with the bombers, told no one about it. We dropped our bombs, pinpoint on the nuclear facilities, and when we came back home, didn't engage with any enemies. That was it. And we were done. We were in, we hit the target we wanted to hit. We went back home. It's over. And I think that's what Trump is looking to do with the cartels in Mexico. Pinpoint direct attacks where we'll have a bomber come in and they will hit, say, a poppy field or a marijuana field or the home, the mansion of one of the drug cartels or one of their locations, one of their bases, and take it out and then come back home. That's it. Maybe we drop in troops and they take out that location, that base of those cartels, and come back home. Pinpoint, very direct, very specific. Has nothing to do with the infrastructure of Mexico, has nothing to do with the politics of Mexico. It has nothing to do with the government of Mexico. This is about the cartels and their gangs. And the government of Mexico can't do anything about it because they don't do anything about it. And they won't do anything about it because they make money off of those cartels, because they make money off of the sex slaving and the child slavery and the drug dealing and the gun running. A ton of money is made for Mexico by the cartels. So they let this happen. That's why they let the caravans, for the most part, come through Mexico. Thousands upon thousands of people over and over again traveling through Mexico to get into America. And they don't stop them. They could stop them. Sometimes they slow them down. They reduce the number of these migrant caravans from time to time, depending on if there's enough political pressure at any given moment. But for the most part, they've let millions go through Mexico to enter the United States because it's good for Mexico. It helps Mexico. It helps the cartels. So we can't trust them. And we can't count on them to actually stand up and do their job, because their job is in part to let the cartels do what the cartels want. So I think if we're thinking about this honestly, and we're thinking about the full consequences of what's going on, the true answer is yes, we want the United States military to take pinpoint, precise action against the drug cartels. That's not an invasion of Mexico. It may happen in Mexico. It may be the United States is doing something in Mexico. That doesn't mean it's invasion any more than when the United States took out the nuclear facilities of Iran. The United States wasn't invading Iran. We didn't invade them. It was never about that. Now, someone may say, but Mike, didn't you earlier say the United States should not get involved in any war, any kind of conflict where even one soldier might bleed? And if we do, if we're going to be involved in that, that we take over whatever we fight on. I did say that. And I am willing to take over Mexico. If it were to be, if Congress said, well, we have to declare war, great, do it. Declare war on Mexico, we'll take it over. And we will do the same thing in Mexico that we could have done in Iraq or we could have done in Afghanistan. We will rebuild it. We will build their infrastructure. We will build their roads, their electricity, their power plants, their water, their colleges, their schools, their classrooms, their whatever they need. And they need a lot. They have a huge amount of poverty. The quality of life of Mexico is significantly lower than here in America. We can easily lift up their quality of life by 2 or 3 degrees, magnitudes from where it is right now. And we could do that, and it would be good for the U.S. infrastructure because, again, they would be just like Puerto Rico. They would be a commonwealth. They wouldn't be a state. They would be a commonwealth of the United States. And in 2 generations, they would be able to decide, well, do you want to become a state? Do you want to become a independent nation? Or do you want to be remain a commonwealth? That would be the choice of the Mexican people. But they would have had the chance to live under the Constitution, have equal rights, have a stabilizing influence from the United States military, our judicial system, from our laws and our Constitution. They would have had infrastructure built into their country to help it be able to better develop and to use its resources, its own natural resources. This would be good for them. It would be good for us. And it would reduce the amount of crime and corruption in that country by magnitudes of reducing the amount of corruption. I'm not going to be so silly as to say it would get rid of all the corruption. No, it won't. We can't even get rid of all the corruption in the United States. We're not going to get rid of the corruption in another country, but we could reduce it by magnitudes that none of the people of Mexico have ever lived under. They've never, if the United States were to come in and take over, they can't even imagine how much an increase in the quality of life and a reduction in the corruption that is capable. Now, is that required? No. Because they are somewhat of an ally of the United States, because they are our neighbor, because we have such intense relations with them, and because we're going in there specifically for pinpoint actions, then we don't need to conquer, because we're not there to conquer. We're not fighting a war. We're fighting terrorism. And yes, drug cartels are terrorists. Again, they use the tactics of terrorism. They attack American citizens. They are responsible for the death, direct and indirect deaths of millions of Americans. We have over 100,000 people dying of fentanyl. Where does fentanyl come from? Well, it comes through Mexico into the United States. It comes through the drug cartels into the United States. It may come originally from China, but China's shipping it through Mexico, through the drug cartels into the United States. The drug cartels are responsible for this. So yes, it is responsible. It is actually a responsible thing to go after those drug cartels. I would prefer pinpoint actions like we did in Iran, taking out their facilities, their infrastructure, their key personnel. And yes, that does mean, even with assassinations, remove their infrastructure, their leadership, remove their willingness and ability to continue to fight through superior firepower and maneuver. This is the Marine Corps this is the Marine Corps manual. This is the basic mission of every Marine. Find the enemy through superior firepower and maneuver, remove the enemy's willingness and ability to continue to fight. The basic Marine Corps manual. That's what we need to do. And that would reduce the amount of fentanyl and illegal drugs and child slavery and human slavery, or trafficking, if you prefer that word, that's going on in America at this time. That would reduce the amount of corruption in American politics at this time. It would bring more stability and less death into America. Why is this a bad idea? Orange Man bad. That's the counter argument. The counter argument is Orange Man bad. It's colonialism. Well, one, it's not colonial. We don't have to take over Mexico. We can. And if people want to force the vote on that, I'm all in. I would absolutely vote for and try and pressure every one of my members of Congress, all of the senators that I can influence. I try and influence them and say, yeah, I'm absolutely fine with invading Mexico. Let's do it. Let's resolve this problem once and for all. But we don't have to. Again, this can be done surgically, just like we did with Iran. So why not? What's the argument against it? Oh, well, you're a colonizer. Again, we don't have to colonize. This doesn't require colonization. We can, doesn't have to. So that's not a reason. Orange Man bad. We have a president with a focus and a plan, because every president before them has not resolved this. The problem has not gotten better. Not with any of the Mexican presidents, not with U.S. presidents. That's Republican and Democrat alike. They have not fixed this. Therefore, we have a president who's willing to fix this. You may not like that person. Who cares? Again, I have to say it. It doesn't matter if you like him or not. I don't care. It is not a requirement that you like or want to have dinner with, or you want to have a beer with President Trump. It is immaterial to whether or not this is an effective and efficient plan, whether or not this will be a long-term benefit to the United States and the world. It has nothing to do with how you feel about him. You're a grown adult. Feel however you want. I don't give a damn. That is meaningless to me. That is not a factor. That has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with law. It has nothing to do with the world. You can have whatever feeling you want. This is about effectiveness and efficiency. Is what Trump has suggested an effective and efficient plan? Yes. Is there a better plan on the table? No. Is there another plan, any plan on the table? Open borders. Well, that's stupid. We know that doesn't work. So you have either open borders or Trump's plan to target cartels like terrorists. That's it. Those are your two choices. Which one do you think is better? I can tell you. I can see the benefits. I've just described in detail the benefits. Now, you're not going to hear that description from CNN or MSNBC or ABC, CBS, any of the mainstream news media. They won't tell you that. Why? Orange man bad. They have a political agenda. They want you to vote Democrat. And so they won't tell you any of the benefits. This article from the BBC does not detail the benefits. They're saying, oh my God, colonialism. This is about colonialism. Oh, I feel so bad. It's Trump trying to take over Mexico. No, it's not. Because Trump would have tried, he would have made the statement, he would have made the case if we wanted to go in and invade Mexico. It's not. Mexico isn't, even Mexico, even President Sheinbaum is saying it's not about invasion. That's not happening. Everyone understands that politically. They will still use that argument to try and force fear into you to make you vote for Democrats out of fear. Fear of World War III, fear of a war at the southern border. Guess what? There's already a war at the southern border. That's already been going on for over a generation. That's been happening. There is a war, and we're losing it. We as American citizens are losing the war in the southern border because the cartels have gone. They're not just in California. They're not just in Texas. They're in Colorado. They're in New York City. They're in Georgia. They're in all over the country, both because they are selling drugs and because they are trafficking human beings, slavery. So this, by not addressing the problem, we allowed the problem to become worse. It has festered and it has invaded and infected more of America. Time to cleanse the wound. Why is that such a terrible idea? Orange man bad. That's the answer. That's the answer that always comes back to. Well, orange man bad. That's stupid. That's meaningless. That's not an answer. That's a feeling. You don't like Trump. I don't care. But I don't like Trump. I don't care. But no, Mike, you really don't understand. I don't like Trump. I don't care. That is meaningless. I didn't like Obama. That didn't change anything. I didn't like Biden. It didn't change anything. The Democrats, by the end of the Biden administration, there was so many revelations about Biden and Kamala Harris and the ineptitude of their administration and how they have failed the American people over and over again, abandoning 70,000 Americans around the world in 4 years. Inflation of 22%. There was so many revelations in the news media where we found out 6 months earlier, you were lied to. You were lied to on this issue, on that issue, over and over again, that you were lied to for years in some cases. Biden he's sharp as a tack. He can run 5,000 miles. He's ready to do a decathlon. He's in such great shape. Lie. He's mentally astute. He's as sharp as Sherlock Holmes. Lie. Hunter Biden's he's a good person. Lie. No one would ever falsify documents. Lie. So, it's not like Democrats haven't been failed already. Now we have a plan. You want to, but I like Biden. I don't care. That didn't make him a better president. Didn't make him smarter. Didn't make him show up for the job. We still, to this day, do not know who was in charge of America 18 hours a day when Joe Biden was completely incoherent and incapable of running the country. 18 hours every day. We don't know who was in charge of this country. And you're going to tell me, but I like Biden. I don't care. He wasn't the guy in charge. The majority of the time, somebody else was in charge, and I don't know who it was. And the Democrats won't tell anyone who it was, which means it's probably someone no one would have ever voted for and no one agrees with. Otherwise, they probably would have told us who it is by now. So we cannot pretend like this is some, that feelings, how we feel about President Sheinbaum of Mexico or President Trump of the United States, telling me how you feel about them is meaningless. People don't like Putin. That didn't stop him. He's still having a war ongoing. And the fact that, I don't know, 2/3 of the world don't like Russia, don't like Putin, did not stop him. Your feelings are meaningless. People don't like the cartels, and that's not stopping them from human trafficking, child trafficking, drug dealing. It's not stopping it. People are still dying from fentanyl. It's not. I need to just get that through people's heads. Your feelings don't matter. Not to anyone but you. You have a feeling. Fantastic. You're a grown adult. I'm happy for you. You're supposed to have feelings. But that isn't politics. And if you're judging your politics based on your temporary transitional feeling, then you're making the wrong decision. Every time. You notice I never talk about my feelings. I don't agree with Trump all the time for reasons, for factual reasons, because of the consequences of his actions. But you've never heard me say whether I like Trump or I don't like Trump. It doesn't matter. Who cares? You don't care. My friends don't care. Nobody cares how I feel about Trump because it doesn't make a difference. It's absolutely meaningless. Unless you're trying to lie to someone, unless you're trying to manipulate someone, then it matters a hell of a lot. So the counteroffer for Mexico and dealing with the drug cartels and the fentanyl coming into our country, killing our children. Over 100,000 Americans a year are dying. And the answer is Orange Man bad? Open border? Those are the reasons? That's the answer? Oh, colonialism. We can't be colonial. These are your reasons. Does that really, is that the best the left can do? And by the way, that is the best argument the left has. They don't have a better argument. They don't even have, to be fair, they don't even have an argument. You're not hearing an argument from Hakeem Jeffries. You're not hearing one from Pelosi or Schumer. You're not hearing an answer from AOC or hearing Beto O'Rourke or anyone on the left. They're not even trying to give an answer on this. They don't have a solution to this. Their answer is Orange Man bad. That's it. Trump's authoritarian. That's their answer. Okay, what's the non-authoritarian answer? Even though it's not authoritarian, as I have clearly detailed several times now, not authoritarian, what's the counter solution? What is the plan from Democrats? Open border. Well, that doesn't work. That is not a solution. We've had 4 years to prove that won't work. Let's get rid of that social experiment. Next, what's your next plan? They don't have one. They don't have one. Not one of the leaders of the Democratic Party, the DNC, they don't have a solution. They don't, that's more important than anything. Besides the fact they don't have a plan, they don't have a solution. They don't have an end goal. It's just keep doing it like it is. Just keep things going like they've been going. Status quo, ignore it. Anyone who's on the left, you disagree with me, please tell me. Chat's open. I'm more than happy to hear, just be respectful, but tell me, Mike, you're wrong. Oh, you just don't understand. They always like to say that. You just don't understand. Okay, and? Orange Man bad. And? It's authoritarian. And? It's colonizing. And? Already asked, already answered. Next, move on. What's the answer? And they have none. None. Not one of their leaders, not one of their elected officials, No Democrat across the country has an answer for this. Not one. A friend of mine, Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian. Larry Sharp, and I talk with Larry all the time. He's a Marine like me, and we disagree from time to time on various issues. And I know Larry disagrees with me to an extent on this, but I'm going to quote Larry in one of his wonderful sayings. I know, police car in the background. Are they coming to arrest me? Maybe. Larry likes to say, in the face of having a bad plan or no plan, the American public will always go with the bad plan because it's a plan. Well, I now present to you that President Trump has presented the nation and the world with a plan. America will treat the cartels like terrorists. We will militarily exercise them with a scalpel. Done. That's the plan. You may say that's just a bad plan. Fantastic. What's your plan? What's the better plan? Oh, there isn't one. In the face of no plan or a bad plan, and I'm going to take the left position on this. I don't think they're right, but let's assume that the left is right and it's a bad plan. It is also the only plan. Therefore, do the plan. Until we get a better plan, go with that plan. You've put us through 4 years, more than 4 years. You had 4 years under Biden, 8 years under Obama. That's 12 years of social experiments that didn't work with open borders, with open drug use. That's not working. It has failed. How about we do something different? Shocking. I know. Oh my God. How can a black man say that? Because I'm a Republican, because I'm thinking about the facts at hand, because I don't care how anyone feels about it. It's not about feelings. It's not even about my feelings. I haven't even suggested what my feelings are on this because it doesn't matter. My feelings are irrelevant to the facts at hand. But you're not going to hear this from anyone else in the news media. The pundits are not going to be so bold to say this. They're too afraid. They do not want to be canceled. They're afraid they're going to be called out. Oh, you're such a mean person. You're a bad, evil person. Oh, you believe in colonization, blah, blah. Yes, I do. Screw you. So what? And give me a better plan. Colonization, I can see the benefits of it. What's the benefit to your plan? Oh, you don't have one. Shut up then. When you get a plan, talk to me about it. Pitch me your plan when you figure out what it is. Until then, if it's colonization, let's go with colonization. Let's go. Bring America, bring the Constitution to Mexico, bring infrastructure to Mexico. Let's build up that economy. Let's build up that nation. Raise the quality of life by magnitudes. Let's do that until you figure out a better plan that can do all of the things I'm suggesting better than what has been suggested. And when you come up with that plan, we'll have that debate. But until then, let's go do it. By the way, folks, if you haven't considered it, please do consider like, share, and subscribe. It really makes a difference for the channel. It's really important because, as you might imagine, the powers that be over at Google, at YouTube, in social media, the left-leaning news media, they don't like what I say. They don't like that I'm having this conversation with you, that I'm asking you to think about these issues. Not just to say, oh, but Mike's a bad guy. Okay, yeah, you might think that, whatever. But the argument still stands, and they don't want you to think about this. They don't want you to recognize that the left has no plan. I'm not saying they have a bad plan. They have no plan. None. They don't have a solution at all. A good solution, bad solution. They have none. And they don't want you to realize that because you might not vote Democrat in 2026. And so we can't talk about that. And that's why they want to punish this channel, suppress us, deny me the ability to make any money, because God knows I'm not getting rich doing this. I've been doing it 20 years. 20 years. I'm not getting rich. No one's making me a contract like Rachel Maddow. No one's paying me. Which they did. They're not. No, I don't get a check from the GOP. I wish I did. They've got millions. They could afford to give me $50,000 a year. I'd hire some employees. Maybe take a vacation. No, but they won't. They don't. Wish they did. Anyway. So I think I made my case there. Again, in the comments, YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, Twitter, you guys can leave a comment if you think I'm wrong. If you think it doesn't make sense, fantastic. I'm happy to hear it. Give me a better plan. Give me a better plan. If you're watching this after it's been live, leave it in the comments. Give me a better plan. If you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, I just dreamt of it, the better plan. Leave me the better plan. Politicians do watch this program. Their staff do watch this program. I know that. They have private conversations with me about this on a regular basis. If you've got a better plan, put it in the comments. Put it in the chat. Politicians will see it. And if it's a better plan, I will talk about it. Can't give you a better offer than that. All right. I want to move on a little bit to next idea. Next thing. So I heard about this. Not a lot of people have heard about this. This is over in Utah, the Utah State Senate. And Utah made a new law. They changed the age of consent laws. So now it is possible for an 18-year-old to date a 13-year-old in Utah. And that used to be a felony. That would get you listed as a sex offender. And to be fair, I don't think that's wrong. That's a 5-year difference. There's a massive difference between an 18-year-old and a 13-year-old. And I think that's abusive. You may disagree. You may say, Mike, no, they're still just young teenagers. It's okay. I don't think so. I do not think so. I don't think that's the case. You tell me someone 18 and 17, yeah, that's a year. It's not really a difference. I'll even go, 18 and 16. Okay. You're basically, there's no real difference between someone who's 16 and someone who's 18. I'm sure there are teenagers who may watch the show and they'll be like, no, there's a massive difference between 18. No, there is. I was 16. I've already been 16. I've already been 18. No, there's really no difference between being 16 and 18, especially nowadays. No real difference. So if you want to make that argument and say, well, we shouldn't treat, if an 18-year-old's dating a 16-year-old, it's not quite the same. You know what? I can be bent on that. But an 18-year-old dating a 13-year-old, I'm sorry, that's too much of a difference. That is a massive difference. Massive. And I don't care if it's a boy, 18-year-old boy dating a 13-year-old girl, and girls mature faster than boys do, and a 13-year-old girl is more mature, smarter, better, whatever, than a boy. I don't care. I think that's wrong. In Utah, it's okay. That used to be a crime, a felony. And that 18-year-old would become a sex offender and would have to be registered on the sex offender files. Like whenever they move somewhere, they had to have to register as a sex offender everywhere they went. Now, someone would say, maybe that's a bit extreme. No. If you're talking about an 18 and a 13-year-old, no, I don't think it is. If you're saying it's an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, yes, it's a bit extreme there. I agree with that. That's a little too much. But 18 and 13, absolutely perfectly fine. Why do I keep saying 18 and 13? That's the question you might have. Mike, why do you keep saying 18, 13, 18, 13? Because that's actually a legal case. Because that actually happened. And it happened to be a family member of President J. Stewart Adams, who is the president of the Utah State Senate. And his family member, a boy, 18, was dating a 13-year-old girl, and he was going to be charged with the crime, and that was going to be a felony. And so the law got changed. Now, Stewart says he had nothing to do with that. He didn't put the law in. He didn't influence it at all. He just stood back and let the state change the law, which, is good for his family members. It's good for the future, I guess. But he says he had no influence on that. I have seen people who have said, and I've seen posts out there that say, well, they got rid of all the crimes. So an 18-year-old can now have sex with a 13-year-old in Utah. It's not predatory anymore. It's not illegal anymore. The one thing I need to clarify, it is still a crime. It just isn't a serious crime anymore. In Utah, now it's a second-degree crime, and it's a misdemeanor. You do not get put on the sex offender rolls. So they've lowered the penalty for the same exact crime. And yes, the family member of Mr. J. Stewart, the president of the Utah State Senate, his family member did not get jail time, but he says he has no influence on that. And he said the law had no influence on that. You may believe him, you may not. But I do want to discount and debunk the internet rumor going around that it's no longer a crime. It is a crime. If you are 18 and you are trying to date or mess around with a 13-year-old, it is still a crime, even in the state of Utah. And you will still be arrested. You can still have a penalty. The penalty won't be nearly as severe, but it will still be there. And I think we should have kept the old, more strict, more severe law than not. Because again, that 5-year difference is too much. That is a massive difference. So I do think it makes a difference. That's a third of the lifetime of the individuals we're talking about. I think that is too much. That's just too much. So, and again, you and my audience may disagree with me and go, Mike, but it shouldn't be so harsh. Yeah, I think it should be. Again, 16, 17? No, not that harsh. 13? Yes, it needs to be harsh. Do I think that J. Stewart Adams, did he have influence to help his family? Probably. That's an opinion. He probably did. Because most politicians have some influence, whether it's implied or active. They influence judges, especially in the same party as themselves. If you're a prominent member of your political party and you're in front of a judge who is appointed by your party, that is, depends on your party votes to be reelected, yeah, that person is being influenced by you to some extent. They don't want to piss you off. Not unless they have to. So, did he influence it? Indirectly? Yes. Directly? Maybe not. But it still works out to the same thing. And is this a bad change in law? Yes. But I'm happy to hear what you think, because I guarantee you, if that's happening in Utah, there's a conversation about doing that in California, in New York, in all of the bluer than blue states, because they want to lower the age of consent. They want to lower the voting age, so they're connected. If they lower the age of consent because 16-year-olds are capable of consenting, then why aren't those same consenting individuals also considered adults? Why can't they vote? If they can consent to have sex, then they're probably responsible enough to be able to vote. Mind you, the same Democrats say, yeah, but they're still not grown enough. They're still not responsible enough, capable enough to be able to own a firearm. No, you have to be over 21. They want it to be 25. You have to be 25 to be responsible enough and enough of an adult to own a firearm. But 16 is good enough for you to be able to consent to have sex and it's good enough for you to vote. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That's not logical. That's abusive. That's manipulation. You may disagree. I'm happy to hear your arguments why. Okay. Let me go back to some of the comments. Now, I did want to mention, I do know, and you guys may have noticed it, that Peace Logic, who's also known as Dean, is watching the program, and he types in some of his comments from different platforms, and I appreciate that. And sometimes he'll even do a super chat or a Rumble rant, and you'll see that come in, and I really appreciate that as well. I thank him for the support, whether he's viewing or otherwise. But that's because he's actually watching us on all 4 platforms. Well, 4 of the platforms. I think I'm on 5 or 6. And he's watching us on Facebook, on X, on Rumble, and on YouTube all at the same time, because he's helping to support the channel, to help us fight against the suppression that we're getting from the social media giants. So I specifically appreciate and thank him for that. And by the way, folks, maybe you want to do that. Maybe you don't want to subscribe, but you'll watch me on 2 or 3 platforms at the same time. That works too. Or you can join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. $1.50. That's it. I mean, God knows, I've already provided more content and more entertainment and more information than you get from the movies or from your regular TV, the TV news, nightly news. You've already got $1.50's worth of value from what I've already done, and I'm not even done yet. So there you go. So I do appreciate that, Dean. I am paying attention to that. Dean also says, and I see it here, I don't know. Subscribe to Mike Voss. My feelings are hurt. I don't know, Mike. Subscribe to you, but my feelings are hurt. You want Rachel Maddow money? We need to talk about our feelings then. Well, if I was going to get paid $25 million a year to do 1 episode a month, then yeah, we can talk about feelings or anything else you want. I'm getting paid $25 million. We can talk about every week. Every episode, we can talk about feelings all day long. I'll hate it. I'll be drinking Pepto-Bismol throughout the whole thing. I will get an ulcer, but I will do it for $25 million a year. Absolutely no problem. We can talk about feelings. But I'm not getting 25 million. So, there goes that idea. Speaking about things that I find despicable and disgusting and insulting and just wrong. There's this, I did a short. I think it was on Friday, might have been Thursday. And you may not have seen it. It's been somewhat popular. Not as popular as one of my other shorts just got like 30,000 views. Thank you. But this one's gotten like, 500-600. And I hope it gets a few more. And it's about Jim Acosta. Now, Jim Acosta is a former member of CNN. He's considered, or was considered, a credible newsman, a journalist. I don't consider him a journalist. And many people who are MAGA or Republican don't like Jim Acosta. Jim Acosta hates Donald Trump. He hates Republicans. He hates MAGA. He's very, very leftist in his ideology. So ideologically, we don't agree at all. But I'm not judging him based on his ideology. I don't care that Rachel Maddow has a different ideology than me. I don't judge her on that. I judge her on how she does her job. Joy Reid, I didn't judge her on being a black woman or having a Democrat progressive ideology. I judged her on the quality of the work she did. Same thing with Jim Acosta. I don't care about his ideology. I care about I talk with people all the time. On Wednesday, I was with the Backroom TV, and I was in a debate, which you will see on August 19th, and I'm debating with one of the hosts of the program, is someone who's a leftist professor, left-leaning professor. Fine. And we debated the issues. It has nothing to do with him and I personally. I wasn't upset with him at all. Actually, I had a great conversation with him personally will probably go out and have beers when he gets a chance. But that's not what we were talking about the issues, and we were diametrically opposed on the issues. And we spoke about that sternly, passionately. Fantastic. But that has nothing to do with human beings. So again, there is a difference there. Now, and yes, by the way, Peace Logic, I do see you. I know you're, I don't mind. I don't mind when people pick on me. Go for it. But Jim Acosta did something that really pissed me off. And let me play this for you, because I think I summed it up pretty well as a short in about 1 minute. It's quite sad and troubling, deeply troubling, that Jim Acosta, the former CBS newsman, has gone onto YouTube and is so desperate for attention, so desperate for views and clicks, that he's using a dead young man and his representation via ChatGPT by AI to try and get views, to push his political agenda, his political preference on gun control. This is sick, it is twisted, it is evil and vile, and it disgusts me that he did this. This is very selfish that he's doing this, both because he wants the clicks, he wants some notoriety, this is the only way he has a claim to fame, but also because he's trying to push on the emotional strings of people. It's a manipulation, and we should all reject this, I think. So, I'm being very clear about my position about Jim Acosta. Jim Acosta is vile. He's a pig. Jim Acosta, when he got fired from CNN, because he's not good at his job, he lost his following. He lost his notoriety. No one cares about Jim Acosta anymore. I've had several people who've seen that short, who've heard this story, and they're like, oh, I didn't even know he was still in news, because he's not. He's not a personality. He wasn't loved. He was promoted by CNN. He was fitting the slot of their top newsman, and that's why he had fame and notoriety, and he got the big money, not because he's charismatic or that people agreed with him. That's just the truth. And so in having to face that reality, he's not dealing with it well. And so he wants to have his moment of fame. He wants to be in the spotlight. He wants to be talked about. He wants to be someone who's in the headlines. And the only way he could do that is by doing something that is so absolutely unethical, as it's sick and it's twisted and it's basically necrophilia. That's how I look at it. What we saw done by Jim Acosta is essentially necrophilia. And I know no one on the left is going to say that to you, because they have to protect him. They have to. He's used to be one of their stars. He used to be one of their shining lights. And he's a person who is anti-Trump. He's orange man bad. And so since he was one of the flag bearers, you can't say anything about him negative. I can. I absolutely can, because I don't care about any of that crap. And so what he did is, as you can see on this screen, the young man that you see, the face you see on the right hand of the screen here with the cursor is, he's dead. That's not his face. That's not his image. That is an AI video of what they think this kid who died at 18, what he would look like. This is their interpretation. It is a computer. It is no different than Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, the cartoon. It is a drawing. It is completely fictional. It is made up. Might as well be one of the aliens in the Alien movie. It is not real in any way, shape, or form. It is a fiction through and through. Can't say that enough. This is an AI. This is Chat GPT with a human face slapped on it. That's all that is, essentially. And Jim Acosta, supposedly a serious newsman, decided that he would have an interview with that Chat GPT AI bot as if it were a human being. And he put that out to the public to confuse people, to make them think that this kid was somehow a survivor of a mass shooting, that his last will and testament was to have more gun control, which doesn't work. This is how you push propaganda. This is unethical. It is sick. It is twisted. This is necrophilia. If he is willing to use, he's literally, Jim Acosta is standing on the back of dead children to try and push his political agenda and to selfishly make money. Look, I got no problem with people making money. We were just joking about Rachel Maddow making $25 million. Good for her. Good for her that she could make that negotiation and she could work one day a month and she makes $25 million. She's brilliant. Good for her. I don't care about, let them make the contracts. They get millions of dollars at all these big name corporations. And I'm not upset with them. I'm a little jealous. I'd like to make a paycheck. Give me $50,000. I'll do just as much work as them, if not more. Give me a staff of 100 people. I wish. No, I understand that. Let them make their money. I got no problem with that. I do have a problem when you're making money using dead kids. That's sick. You know, that there's clickbait and then there's just straight up abuse. And Jim Acosta is abusive. This is a man who I lost all respect for him. What little respect I might have had for him as a journalist is gone. His credibility, non-existent. He lied to the public. He emotionally twisted your heartstrings to push a political agenda dishonestly. I got no love for him, and I have no respect for him. Now, the BBC's asking the question, or excuse me, the Guardian's asking the question, where's the boundary? The boundary's here. Jim Acosta crossed the line. He went too far. That is too far. I don't care. There's no two ways about that. There is a line, and the line is dead kids. Don't stand on the backs of dead kids to push your agenda. I have always said that in everything, no matter what the mass shooting has been, no matter what the school shooting has been, I have always said, do not stand on the backs of children to push your agenda. That is evil, is vile, is sick. People who do that cannot be trusted. I have always said that in every mass shooting, in every school shooting, going back 20 years, I have publicly said this. I stand by that. That's my opinion on it. And let's see. Grace, hello, Grace. Good to see you with us. Grace says, National Review said Jim Acosta pushes the boundaries of decency again. He's not pushing the boundaries. He broke them. They're being nice. I'm not. He broke them. This is unethical. And if he was a member of a union, if we had a bar or an association, he'd be disbarred. He should be disbarred. He should be kicked out. No one in the news media should take Jim Acosta credibly again. He should go into the realms of the Nick Fuentes of the world. He should be right there with Kanye. People that we do not take seriously, that we do not pay attention to, like Keith Olbermann. We don't take them seriously. They are caricatures. They're not real. They don't do serious news. They don't provide anything of substance. They are political agents and selfish. Not saying they can't do what they do. We're in America. They haven't broken the law. Should be in law, but they haven't broken the law. It's not a law at this moment. Hasn't broken the law. Okay, it should be necrophilia, but okay, whatever. He didn't break a law, so I'm not going to say that he can't do it. I am going to say he should be called out for it, and he should be held accountable. Not everyone in the industry agrees with me on that. Dean says, Rachel Maddow, he's talking about Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow is awful. It's just bad reporting, too many feelings. It's full of omissions. I remember her reframing, I can't say, it's Ivor. I can't say the full word because of YouTube. They will punish me because I'm not a doctor. What? I can't read a label. I can't read the news. Anyway, as a horse dewormer. Yeah, she's dishonest. She is dishonest. But I'm not going to fault her. She's dishonest and she makes $25 million a year. I'm not saying that she's not capable. She's just dishonest. And speaking of people who are being dishonest, who are unethical, who are damaging to the American people, I want to bring up something, and I'm getting to some of the other stuff in the news. I'm getting to Mamdani. But before we get to Mamdani, I want you to hear, right now, Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, is trying to remove 50 Democrats from the state legislature. And I agree with him. I think he's right. You may not. You may think he's wrong or that he's made the wrong decision. I don't think so. And it's a very specific reason. Again, it's not because he's a Republican. I don't care that he's Republican. I don't care that he's conservative. I don't care that he's right-leaning. He could be a libertarian. He could be third party. Don't care. That's not part of it. I don't care. My feelings have nothing to do with it. It's the law. It's the serious law. Now, we're going to listen right now. This is KTSM Channel 9. This is their news program. And I want you to hear, this is obviously an NBC affiliate. So we're going to the left-leaning news. And I want you to hear how they're talking about Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, trying to remove Texas Democrats who ran away from their jobs, who broke their oath of office, who are actively harming American citizens by not allowing flood relief funds to reach the people who were affected by the flash floods. 107 people dead, dozens of businesses, dozens upon dozens of businesses that have been destroyed, homes gone. And they can't get relief. They can't recover because a bunch of Democrats decided they're going to run away because they want to make sure they can get reelected. That's what this argument is about. That's what this argument has always been about. It is the only thing this argument is about. As much as Jolanda Jones of Texas wants to say that it's about black people and the Holocaust, that's what she wants you to think on Don Lemon. It has nothing to do with that. This is about Democrats maintaining power and getting reelected. That's all this is about. And they are punishing American citizens, making them suffer actively because of their desire for political ambition. Let me let you hear what they have to say. This is NBC News.
Representatives are joining the fight to help.
This company is going viral for its new product.
Shut up. I'm not getting paid for this commercial. I don't care. Go ahead.
Representatives are joining the fight to help House Democratic Caucus Chair Jean Wu. Governor Greg Abbott wants Wu removed from office in the fight over redistricting.
Jean Wu is one of 13 Democrats that have already been targeted by the AG, Attorney General of Texas, to be removed from office for the breaking of their oath, for failure to do their job, for misrepresenting the public, few reasons. So he's one of 13.
Texas State Representative Joe Moody of El Paso and Mary Gonzalez of Clint submitted a legal brief in support of Wu. Now, as you may remember, Abbott asked the Supreme Court of Texas to remove Wu from office after he and other House Democrats broke quorum to block the controversial.
Why would any politician, especially a Republican, submit a form saying, no, don't kick him out of office? Did he leave the state? That's the answer. Did he leave the state? If this Jean Wu, if he left Texas, if he has prevented the people of Texas from getting the money and services that the state has guaranteed and has an obligation to provide them, if American citizens are suffering because Gene Wu and the Democrats have decided to abandon their oath, abandon their job, why would you want to keep him? I don't understand that. Why would any Republican say, hey, no, I want that guy to stay? He's not doing his job. He's screwing over his people. He's screwing over the entire state. I want him to keep his job. Why would you do that? I don't understand. This is the Republicans stabbing themselves in the back. I don't get this. Is it because these two Republicans need to, Moody and Gonzalez, do they need to get reelected? Is it they're in a deep blue district and they're trying to say, oh, see, but I'm bipartisan. I want to protect Democrats. You should vote for me too. Screw you. Screw you. Moody and Gonzalez, get out the party. Switch to Democrats or move out the way. Let someone else run in your place. Kick them out of office too. Because this is a crime. This is a crime against the American people. It's like, just like what Jim Acosta did should be a crime. This, and by the way, what Acosta did should be a crime, more like necrophilia, in my opinion. But this, what's happening in Texas right now with those Texas Democrats, that is a crime. That is several crimes. It not only is it corruption, not only because they took money to do this. Democrats, Beto O'Rourke was giving them money. His people are the power pack gave them money. They raised money for these Democrats to run to other blue states like Illinois, New York, and California to hide from the law, to hide from the enforcement of law against them, to avoid warrants, to avoid fines that they knew they were going to get. They have actively broken the law. They should suffer the consequences. How am I the bad guy for saying that? How am I the bad guy for saying enforce the law? I don't care that they're elected. That doesn't make them special. They're just American citizens. But Mike, they were elected state legislature. Do you know how many elected officials I know from across America? Many states, many elected officials in every party, Republicans, Democrats, guys who say they're independent, whether that means third party, libertarian, all of that. I know people in many of the state legislatures. Guess what? They're just American citizens. None of them got brilliant by osmosis because they got a bunch of votes. That didn't make them smarter, didn't make them better. They're still the same dumb jackass walking down the street like everyone else. They're not special. They're just American citizens. Just because they got elected, great. You have a lot of charisma. Fantastic. You were able to raise a lot of money, had a good advertising campaign. Good that you can pick a team. You're a good manager. Does not make you smart or better, nor does that mandate and obligate that you have to be in elected office. No. Let me go on.
Redistricting attempt. As of tonight, the state Supreme Court has not ruled on Abbott's request.
So we don't know if the state Supreme Court of Texas is going to allow the law to be enforced. This should be a no-brainer, folks. This should be really straightforward and simple. Because the argument, which you do not hear, NBC did not give you the argument. And you just heard NBC, as they were speaking, did not give you the argument here. You did not hear the argument from CBS or ABC. You're not going to hear it from CNN or MSNBC. You're not going to hear it from the New York Times or the Huffington Post. The left is avoiding, like the plague, the actual fact. These Democrats are harming American citizens actively, on purpose, right now. Real time. People are suffering real time right now because of what the Democrats are doing. that should be held accountable. The excuse, and you hear the excuse on a regular basis, that you will hear from NBC, ABC, CBS, MSNBC, CNN. You will hear the excuse, and there are many excuses for the Texas Democrats. It's about freedom. No, it's not. It's about justice. No, it's not. It's about equality. No, it's not. Black people can vote in Texas just as well and easily as anyone else. Hispanics vote in Texas as much and as easily as anyone else. No one is prevented from registering to vote. No one is prevented from going in and actually making a vote. People just don't want to vote because voter apathy, because a bunch of corrupt politicians aren't held accountable. That's why you're not seeing people vote. It's not because they can't, they don't want to. Their choice is re-elect scum or re-elect scum. That's their choice. Guess what? I don't want to pick lessers of evil. I want to get good politicians. Period. Full stop. Didn't notice I didn't say left or right or independent. I didn't care. I want a good politician. It's that simple. And if I can't get a good politician, I understand why people say, why am I voting? Because all I'm getting are different flavors of scumbags. I'm getting different flavors of corruption. It's not worth it. I get why people say that. And that's what's happening in Texas right now. They're like, oh, well, it's the redistricting. I didn't hear this complaint when New York redistricted and tried to get rid of every single Republican. Yes. Remember that in 2021? It was so bad. We've had 3 different maps created from 2020, 2021, 2022. 3 different maps coming out, 3 different reviews, because the Democrats kept trying to artificially punish Republicans and just dethrone them, remove them from New York State politics just because Democrats want to win, because Democrats are losing power. Even in 2021, they knew this. In 2022, they knew this. So that's what they've been doing. They redistricted. I didn't hear any of these Democrats coming up, well, what about equality? What about, making sure that this is fair elections? They didn't care. They didn't care in California. They didn't care in Illinois. They didn't care in the bluer than blue states. They don't care. It's not about you. It's never been about you. Whether you're a woman, a Hispanic, black, white, doesn't matter your political party. It's not about you. They don't care. It's about power. This is about power and money. That's it. I said it before. I'll say it again. This is about how easy it is for Democrats to get reelected. That's it. It is as selfish and senseless as that. It has nothing to do with whether black people are able to vote, because they can. The registration numbers are almost equal. They're almost the same amount of black people and white people are registered to vote in Texas. Almost the same number of white people and black people actually show up to vote in Texas. The only people who don't vote are people who don't want to vote. No one is being stopped. It isn't about racism. And redrawing the lines as like some kind of spaghetti isn't helping people. That's helping the political party. It is selfish. And is selfish at the cost of American citizens. It is harming people. They're being selfish and they're being political purely on a partisan party level while they harm American citizens. Let me show you something, because I'm not kidding about this stuff, and no one's talking about this. It really has made me angry this week, this whole issue, because The news media refuse to tell the truth. They refuse to talk about the issue. They keep trying to distract people. It's about racism. It's about equality. It's about women and gays. No, it's not. No, it's not. It never has been. It is not, and it never has been. It's insulting to say that. You're insulting yourself. You're insulting the very people that you're saying you're trying to help. It's never been about that. Never. This is about power. And Beto O'Rourke is pissed off. And people thought I was kidding when I said Beto O'Rourke. He's still in politics? Kinda. He's kind of sort of on the fringe. He's there with his PAC trying to raise money. Beto O'Rourke just had, and this is probably going to help end this process. And this is a good thing. This judge, by following the law, and that's the key here. This isn't about feelings. It's not about politics. This judge is following the law, and she said the money that Beto O'Rourke and his PAC was giving to Democrats was so that they could not do their job. That is a crime. That is corruption. That is coercion. You are bribing the members of the Texas Democrat state legislature. You're giving them money so that they don't do their job. That is bribery. That is coercion. That is illegal. No matter how you want to look at it. I don't care if you're a Democrat or not. I don't care if you're progressive or not. I don't care if you think they're right or wrong. What Beto O'Rourke is doing and what those Texas Democrats have done is illegal. It is a crime. They accepted money to not do their job. And American citizens are harmed by this. Therefore, Beto O'Rourke should be arrested. His PAC should be shut down. Those Democrats should be arrested and held accountable. That's not happening. Why? Because ABC News, Rachel Maddow are not saying that. They are protecting him. Don Lemon is protecting people like Jolanda Jones, who's saying, no, you don't understand. You just don't understand. It's about racism. Yes, I covered it earlier in this week. I did an entire video, I think, on Wednesday about this. Jolanda Jones, Texas State Democratic Representative Jolanda Jones, went on to Don Lemon's show. Yes, he, like Jim Acosta, still out there. No one knows it. No one's paying attention. No one cares because they're not important. But she went on to his program and she said that she considered what they are doing is like trying to protect the Jews from the Holocaust. That this is the equivalent of a black Holocaust. That redistricting, redrawing congressional lines that do not change how anyone votes. Black people will vote the same as they have always voted. You, as a person in Texas, will vote whatever you vote. The congressional line didn't change your reasons for being a Democrat or Republican, a Libertarian, or whatever the hell you are. It didn't change the reasons why you vote for or against any particular candidate. This is just the box. This is partisan. And because that partisan box is changing, she's saying that black people are being abused as much as the Jews in the Holocaust. That was Jolanda Jones who said that. When she was questioned about that by Fox News, because no one else in the news media would even talk about it, they said, yeah, sure, why not? They just said, it's okay. Yeah, it's a black Holocaust. Gotcha. No problem. She's black. She can say it. She's black. She said it to Don Lemon. He's black. So we can't question it. It's racism. So let it go. Let it go. And when Fox News actually asked the question of Jolanda Jones, reached out to her from wherever she's hiding in New York State. By the way, she's hiding in New York State, undisclosed location. Money being funneled from Beto O'Rourke to Jolanda Jones so she can say that this is a black Holocaust. She retracted her words. She said, nope, I went too far. I exaggerated. I lied. She admitted she lied, that it isn't that serious. that it isn't a black Holocaust, that it has nothing to do with black voters. Well, she didn't say that part, but that's the truth. It's got nothing to do with black voters. No one's going to talk to you about it. I'm the only one in the news media, only political pundit who's making this argument. This is why my channel is suppressed. This is why I don't have 50,000 subscribers. It's why I don't have 10,000. I'm trying to just get to 5,000 subscribers because I tell the truth. I'm actually willing to get the slings and arrows from the left and let them go and go, oh my God, you're so evil, you're so bad, you just don't understand. Nothing I've said is wrong. The evidence, I'm providing the evidence with left-leaning credible sites. I'm providing you the evidence of everything I'm drawing conclusions from. Fact, 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 conclusion. Oh, we got to suppress that voice. We don't want people to hear that. Then you're not supposed to think about that. If Yolanda Jones of Texas says that this is a black Holocaust, then it's a black Holocaust. Stop talking. Stop thinking about it. But it's not. Oh, but you're thinking. Stop thinking. Not supposed to think. Just feel. Just have a feeling. Vote Democrat. Feel and vote Democrat. Donate to Yolanda. She needs more money to stay at a 4-star hotel somewhere in New York State. And she's sitting in a bathtub right now, in some kind of jacuzzi right now. Meanwhile, flood victims don't have a house to stay in. Flood victims can't rebuild. They have to rebuild their house. They have to rebuild their business. They have to rebuild their lives. And they can't, because Yolanda is sitting in a jacuzzi somewhere in New York State, surrounded by a bunch of Democrats that say, you're a great person, doing a great job. Keep pushing for the DNC. Make sure Democrats are powerful. Make sure Democrats get voted into office in Texas. That's not why she got voted for. Not one person in Texas voted for Yolanda Jones or Lulu Flores. That's another one. Also in New York State. Neither of them, or Jean Wu, no one voted for any of these Democrats to be able to have an easy time to get reelected. That was never on the ballot. That was never mentioned in the campaign trail. That's not in any of their ads. If you vote for me, I'll make sure that you can never not vote for me again. I'm going to make it easier for every Democrat to win from now on into infinity. That was never part of the deal. That was never part of the discussion. No one cares about that except the party. It's very upsetting to me. I find this to be very, very, very upsetting. Here's another view of this. This is from ABC News. This is what ABC News will say about this. Because people think, Mike, you're kidding. No, ABC News will cover this. ABC News. Texas AG says he's filed a lawsuit to remove 13 absent members, state Democrats, from office because of the redistricting. And what you will see is, here we go. Democratic State Representative Jean Wu, the Texas House minority leader, earlier told ABC News Thursday that he believes that his caucus would hold out on Friday and once again deny the legislature a quorum, though he said they would be willing to come back to Austin if state Republicans, if the Republicans promise to focus only on other issues than their job before the special session. So they'll come back. They're going to bribe. This is a bribe. This is coercion. We'll come back and we'll vote on the flood victims and get them the money, but you can't vote for anything else. You can't do your job. If your job is, okay, we got to vote for the flood victims and we got to do the redistricting and we got to help get food stamps out there, that's your job. That's the job. And Democrats are like, no, no, no. We'll come back because we're losing votes as people trickle, as the trickle of political commentators like me, independents out there are reaching more and more people saying, this is purely about partisan politics. They don't love you. They don't like you. They don't care. They're abusing you. They are actively harming American citizens. And the more that people are hearing that, the more the Democrats are going, well, we'll come back. We'll vote. I mean, we're being forced to. If I gotta come back and do my job and help people survive a flash flood, survive a natural disaster, I guess I could do that. Like, this is something difficult. Like, this is some kind of hardship for them. Like, this is torture. Like, we're making them do something unnatural. This is their job. Literally, this is the job. And ABC is like, yeah, sure. Don't worry about it. They're covering it up. They're glossing past it. It's evil, folks. This is what we define as evil. I didn't know that Greg Abbott had fans like this. Grace is a fan of Greg Abbott. She wants him to be president of the United States. Okay, I hadn't thought of that. That's kind of cool. By the way, let me say it again, just to make sure that it's clear for everyone. If you, my computer's, it's catching up. Hang on. Computers are catching up. So if anyone on the left, especially any elected official, especially those in Texas, if you disagree with me, if you think I am wrong, fantastic. I will put you on the show. I do not have time limits. I'm not CNN. I'm not MSNBC. I don't have advertisers. I'd like them. Don't have them. I will give you 12 hours. I have done 12-hour shows nonstop. Do it every year. That's my birthday. I will give you 12 hours to prove me wrong. Let's have the discussion. To every one of the Texas Democrats, to the ones that are in New York State, who are in the New York hotels right now, living it up with the Democratic Party of New York. You're right in the neighborhood. You're in New York City. Fantastic. Let's meet downtown. I will give you 12 hours to explain why I am wrong, to try and convince me that you're not being selfish and power hungry and all about ambition, that you are punishing and harming American citizens. I will give you 12 hours of coverage. All you have to do is show up. I don't think they'll say yes. I doubt Jolanda Jones or Lulu Flores, two of them that I know for a fact are in New York, and I'm pretty sure they're in New York City, they'll never say yes. Because they know that's a lie. Evil. So I want to talk a little bit. Now we're going to move forward a little bit because I got kind of hung up on that. So be it. And I want to talk a little bit about what happened with the CDC, because gun control is a big deal. And there we go. Hang on. And anyone who's been watching the show, who've watched the channel for the last 20 years, on and off, you'll know I am very much an advocate of the Second Amendment. I very much want every woman in America to be proficient with a firearm. Whether you choose to carry a firearm or not, that's up to you. That's your choice. Free will. I just want every woman, as part of graduating high school, as part of graduating college, you must be trained on how to use a firearm, that you are proficient with a firearm. That's a requirement I want. I know some colleges you can't graduate from, like Colgate. You have to be able to swim to graduate from Colgate. It is a requirement of going to Colgate that you must learn to swim. So there is a precedent for this. And my precedent would be, and my requirement would be, every woman must be trained on how to use a firearm. Whether or not she chooses to carry one, get a concealed carry or whatever, that's on you. Make your choice, your life, do whatever you want. But you will leave high school guaranteed you will be qualified. And that will lower the crime rate. That will lower the crime rate. Democrats won't touch that. I've actually written that up as a piece of legislation. Democrats won't touch it. They refuse to even consider that conversation. Refuse. By the way, any Republican wants to take that idea and run with it, whether as a presidential candidate, as a gubernatorial candidate, as a mayor, any politician in America that wants to get elected, you hear this and you're like, that's a great idea. Run with it. You don't need my permission. Steal the idea, say it's yours, and run with it if you can get it passed. I don't care. I think it's too important. Doesn't have to have my name on it. Doesn't have to even identify me as the originator. Take the idea, run with it. Because it will lower crime. It will help women. It will be good for our nation. But anyway. So I'm big on the Second Amendment. Okay. You may not be. That's okay. Again, the show does not require you to do what I say. You're not a parrot. I'm not a progressive. You don't have to agree with me just because I'm black. No. Doesn't matter how good looking I am. You're not required. But what we see consistently when it comes to mass shootings, and there was that shooting, a mass shooting, at Emory University, which is on the same location as the CDC. They're in the same spot in Georgia, and they're right next door to each other. It's actually, there was a crazed, insane maniac who was actually attacking the CDC. And it's initially reported that he was attacking the college. Why? Fear-mongering. So people are scared. So people will vote Democrat. Oh, guns, and he's going after kids at a college. Oh my God, it's another one of those. No, he was actually going after the government. He was going after the government and government building. It had nothing to do with college. He wasn't after college students. He wasn't bothering college students. That's fear-mongering. That's the way the story came out. All the news media initially said, well, it's about Emory University. No, it's not. Oh, those kids. Oh my God, I'm so terrified for those kids. He's going to be shooting at kids. No, had nothing to do with him. Nothing. That's just fear-mongering. That's just a way to get you to vote Democrat. So that lie was out there. But that was one of several lies that got out there. See, what we've learned so far is nothing. We've already gone more than 24 hours since the CDC shooting. All we know for sure is that this man shot the CDC building. He was in front of a CVS. He was confronted by good guys with a gun. He went into the CVS building to the second floor, and he died from a gunshot. Whether that was self-inflicted or whether it was because police shot him, we don't know. We know that one officer died. He was married. He had 2 kids. His wife was pregnant with his 3rd child. These are the facts that we know. That's it. Had nothing to do with the college. Kids were always safe. This isn't a mass shooting like that. This was against the government. It had nothing to do with students. That's a fact. So let's dispel that. Now, why am I dispelling that? Why did I review that? Because the news media isn't being very honest. Because right now, there are people who are trying to tell you that Patrick Joseph White, that he's a black guy. And I think he is. See, so far, we have not heard that he's white. We don't know that he's Republican. We don't know the type of gun that he used. This is normally, if in almost every single mass shooting in the last decade, we normally know within 24 hours, easily within 12 hours, but usually at least by 24 hours, we know the shooter, we know the shooter's name, their occupation, their voter registration. We know the type of firearm that was used in every single one of those cases. And we know, of course, whether or not they're white, black, male, female. We know that. And that is information that is provided, quite honestly, usually within the first hour. The only times, and it is almost always consistent, I'd say 95% of the time, 95% of the time, if you do not get to know what is this person's color of skin, if you don't know whether they're white or not, if you don't know their gender, they're probably trans. If you don't know the color of their skin, they're probably black. Could be Hispanic, usually black. If you don't know their political affiliation, probably a Democrat. Every single time. 95% of the time, that is the case. Why? Because the news media only pushes their agenda. Again, they have an agenda. They want you to vote Democrat. They don't want you to be armed. Democrats, the DNC, does not believe in the Second Amendment. They don't believe you should have a firearm. You can't be protected. They get protected. You can't. They get to have a firearm. You don't. And so anything that does not fit the narrative of a crazy white man with a firearm, then they don't talk about it. They bury that story. Or they keep up the illusion that it might be a white man who's a white Republican, a straight white Republican. They try and keep that image in the news as long as they can. And when they can no longer deny that it's a black or Hispanic, male or female, trans or whatever, then they kill the story. Kill it every time. Tennessee trans shooter, same thing. Don't believe me? Look up the news back then. Look up every single mass shooting out there, especially those that weren't white, straight men. And you will see every time, black man with a gun, black man who's a Democrat, dead story. Kill the story, move on. Not talking about it. White man with a gun, white man that's a Republican, hey, this story is going to be going for another week. Don't believe me? Hey, did you know that Sydney Sweeney is a Republican? Do you care? You shouldn't. But when we found out on day 3 of the Sydney Sweeney debacle, we found out, oh my God, Sydney Sweeney's a registered Republican. There was video of her out at a rifle range. Oh my God, she's absolutely 1930s Germany. She's evil. And that's what the left said. The story went into overdrive. The story's now, it's been over a week. The story's been around for a week. Why? Because she's a white Republican who shoots at a gun range, uses a firearm at a gun range. Oh my God, we cannot. It's now she's in Dunkin' Donuts. It's all the racism. It's all the isms at Dunkin' Donuts. No, it's not. No, Baskin Robbins, whatever. Ice cream, doesn't matter. Who cares? Oh, the left cares because they have a message to push. And they have to push their message hard. And they want you to vote Democrat. So you have to be scared. You have to be terrified. And anything that doesn't make you afraid, anything that doesn't make you vote Democrat is not news. And they kill it instantly. So here's the news. Now, Patrick Joseph White, the CDC suspect, there are people who are out and about, and they're trying to convince you, people knowing that the left-leaning media will not tell you who this black man is. They will not show you his face. They will not tell you his race. They will not tell you his voting history. So people are putting up their own black criminal images. This is an entirely different shooter. You've probably seen this man's face. And some people are trying to tell you he's the CDC shooter. He's not. Let me debunk that now. He is not the CDC shooter. He is a shooter in an entirely different event. He did have a gun. He was shooting people, not connected to the CDC at all. It's fake news. But it's because they needed to have a black face. This is a black man. It's kind of upsetting. I get why they did it, why they're putting the fake out there. I'm just kind of upset about it, to be fair. So why did this happen? Again, this is the Associated Press. Think I'm wrong, think I'm not, I'm lying to you. Here it is. Associated Press. He's a 30-year-old shooter. This is the second paragraph. The 30-year-old shooter tried to get into the CDC headquarters in Atlanta, was stopped by the guards. He went over to the pharmacy across the street, started shooting. He's armed with 5 guns, 1 rifle. 5 guns, which includes 1 rifle. So it wasn't a rifle. It wasn't an M16. It's not an M4. It's not a mini Ruger 14. It's none of those classic assault weapons you keep being told about. The ones that you see in all the movies, it wasn't one of those. He was using handguns. All the shooting he was doing, he was using handguns. As 60% of all shootings in America are with handguns. Mass shootings, school shootings, gang violence, drug deals, you name it, 60% of all homicides, of all shootings are with handguns. Notice they're not trying to ban that because they can't, because the public won't agree with that, and Democrats know it. So they demonize what looks scary, what will make people afraid. You've seen the Rambo movies. You've seen Platoon. You've seen war movies. Rifles are dangerous. Rifles are deadly. It's like a machine gun. Aren't you scared? Vote Democrat so you'll never see another one again, except in a Hollywood movie. That's the mentality behind it. Even though this guy's using handguns. Handguns. As are 60% of all gun crimes in America. Notice, I can give you statistics. And mind you, these are statistics that I've memorized over 20 years of covering these mass shootings, covering various events dealing with the Second Amendment. This is a fact. It is a easily confirmed fact. The left will not tell you that. AP News will not mention that he had 5 guns. And like 60% of all shootings in America, they're done with handguns. Don't mention that. Why? It breaks the narrative. They don't mention, is he white? Is he black? Is he a Republican? Is he a Democrat? They don't tell you that. Every mass shooting, they tell you these things. If it fits the scenario. Every single time. The only times you don't hear this are when they are someone who's black, who's a Democrat, who doesn't fit the narrative. Then they don't talk about it. Otherwise, always the same. By the way, you will not find this information that this guy was armed with 5 guns and only one of them might have been a rifle. You will not find that in any of the other news coverage out there. You're not going to see it in all the other news stories. I know because I've checked. The Hindustan Times, Rolling Stone, you go to The Atlantic, and I'll show you them as well. They're not going to show it to you. This is the only thing the Rolling Stone was covering this. This was being pushed by the Google search engine. The Rolling Stone are not known for their hard-hitting live news coverage. And they're talking about this. And even they won't mention the gun. They won't mention the firearm. They don't mention the guy's name. They don't mention his color of skin. They don't mention his political ideology. Yet they do mention it in every other case. Because they have it. What did they mention? It's about vaccines. It's about the jab. It's about the jab. He's one of those crazy anti-jab people. Oh my God. Every single one of these news sources I am showing you, every single one of them said, this is about the jab. This is about the jab. This is about the jab. No, it's not. It's about a crazy individual. It's about a maniac who decided that he wanted to kill innocent individuals. That's what this is about. It's not about the jab. It's not about RFK Jr., but they're saying it's about RFK Jr. It's about the jab. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's about a crazy person. It's about his mental instability. If you go here, so looking at the Atlantic, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. Why? Because it's those anti-jab people. They're crazy. If you look at the article, when gunfire pelleted the Atlanta-based headquarters of the CDC yesterday, hundreds of employees were inside the campus buildings. The experience was terrifying, but some of the employees were not particularly shocked. I'm actually surprised it didn't happen sooner. A nearly 20-year veteran of the agency told me. Do I believe that a 20-year agency veteran of the CDC said this to a member of the Atlantic? No. Why? Because the Atlantic isn't credible. Because the Atlantic is biased, and they don't admit their bias, and they have made up stories in the past, so I don't trust them. Name your sources. If you don't have a named source, don't quote them. If you're going to say speculate, then tell me that you're speculating, but don't quote an unnamed source. You're not credible. You have lied to the public in the past. The Atlantic was lying about Joe Biden. They lied about Hunter Biden, saying that, oh, no, the right is, they don't know what they're talking about. And it's not true. It's not true. It's not, and it was true. And it absolutely, every single word of it was true. The Atlantic were pushing the message that, oh, you need to wear 3 masks, maybe 2 masks, at least 1 mask. You got to wear a mask. Got to wear a mask. Because it's going to make safe. That's not what the CDC says. That's not what the WHO said. That's not what the UCLA study did. No, that doesn't make you safe. That's not true. The jab is perfectly safe. Biden said it. The CDC said it. It's absolutely, it's a fact. And the Atlantic, yeah, it's a fact. You get the jab, you're fine. Except that's not true. Because like every medication made by man, there is a side effect. Every medication made by man has a side effect. Now, some side effects are more severe than others. Some lead to death, some don't. So we don't know all of the side effects or all the severity of the side effects, but we know there's side effects. So when Joe Biden stepped up to the podium and said, oh, there's no side effect, he lied to your face. And it was obvious. Obvious. Everyone who knew anything about science, knew anything about medication, anything about drug approval process, knew that Joe Biden was lying his ass off. And the Atlantic was like, yeah, go with it. Go with that lie. There isn't a drug made by man that doesn't have a side effect. That is a fact. It's not an opinion. It is a medical fact. So YouTube, when you decide that you want to strike my channel, remember, this is a medical fact. It is not an opinion. It is verifiable. Every man-made drug has a side effect. And Joe Biden lied to you. And the Atlantic supported that. So guess what? They're not credible. They're pushing an agenda. They're lying to your face, saying that some unnamed person had some kind of feeling. Because anti-vax. He's one of those RFK people. He's part of MAHA. Okay, so let me stop that right there. MAHA is not bad. Make America healthy again. Just like Make America Great Again isn't inherently bad. There's nothing wrong with that. You want to make England great again? Fantastic. You want to make France great again? You want to make Angola, Burkina Faso? You want to go and make Chile or Thailand. You want to make those countries great. Fantastic. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with making America great again. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. Nothing. If you think there's something inherently wrong with that, you probably think there's something wrong with Sydney Sweeney saying that she has good genes because she has good genes. Period. Full stop. You're a lunatic if you believe that it's bad to make America great or that Sydney Sweeney has good genes. You are the lunatic, not anyone else. You specifically, you who believe that are the lunatic, no one else. Because there's nothing inherently wrong with that. And just like there's nothing inherently wrong with that, there is nothing inherently wrong with MAHA, a movement that, by the way, isn't really Republican, has almost nothing to do with the Republican Party. It's not a conservative movement. It's not. It's libertarian. Now, I know the left wants you to think, well, it's Republican, it's evil. It's libertarian. And libertarians aren't the right. My God, I know way too many libertarians at this point in my life. For 20 years, I've been running into libertarians at all kinds of events across New York and across this country. I can tell you for a fact, libertarians are not Republicans. They're not conservatives. They can have a libertarian, a conservative bent towards their libertarianism, but they're not. There is no confusion, the difference between a libertarian and a Republican at all, or even a Democrat. They're completely their own creature. You listen to Larry Sharpe, you listen to me. There is no confusion between the two of us. I'm a Republican, Larry is a libertarian. There are distinct differences between them. Listen to the mainstream news media. Nope, they're all the same thing. And they want you to hate RFK Jr. like they want you to hate Donald Trump, and how they want you to hate the Trump administration. They want you to hate MAGA. They want you to hate America because they want power. Again, I've been saying this over and over again. All of these stories are all about power for Democrats. Has nothing to do with the individual people. This isn't about making your life healthier. They don't care about that. This is a chance for them to attack RFK. See, if RFK wasn't this crazy anti-vax guy, if he wasn't the anti-jab guy, then this guy would never have attacked the CDC. Lie. Lots of people have been upset with the CDC, especially since 2020, for a lot of reasons, and not because of RFK. RFK is not the reason people are pissed off about the jab. In New York State, 35,000 people, mostly doctors and nurses, lost their jobs because they didn't get the jab. Not that they didn't do their job, not because they weren't at work every day when no one else would go out, not because they were risking their lives, they were told, but because they didn't get the jab and they didn't recommend it to their patients. I interviewed doctors on the record. I covered 4 protests in front of hospitals by nurses and doctors in Broome County, where nurses and doctors did interviews with me explaining why the jab wasn't the best choice for every person. Some of their clients, some of their patients could not, like cancer patients who had no immune system, and getting the jab, which was mandated, would kill them. Oh, no one thought about that. Again, that's a medical fact, YouTube, not an opinion. And that came from a doctor during a live interview at a protest. You can go back, you can look at my records. I've already had this conversation. This is not don't try and strike my channel. It is a fact. This is what was said. I am quoting the doctor in his statement. We can go back and see the video if you want, YouTube. And they were demonized for that. The doctors were demonized. The nurses were demonized across this country. No one asked if they were Republicans or Democrats, because some of them were Democrats. A great many of them were Democrats. Because I found out. I asked. It wasn't part of my interview because that's not important. But in talking with them before and after the interviews, many of them were Democrats. They had their Hippocratic oath. And they didn't see that following the mandate saying that one size fits all in terms of health care wasn't the right answer. That's not the Hippocratic oath. Democrats didn't care because it's about power. It's about making you obey. You obey. They said it, you do it. Biden said there's no problem. That means you do it, period, or you get punished. And 35,000 doctors were fired from New York State, not doctors and nurses and healthcare providers. And guess what? We have never recovered. We have never recovered from that action. That's why there's even more of a shortage in New York. There was already a shortage, and there is a bigger shortage of doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals in New York State right now because of that. Same thing in California, same thing in Michigan. Why? Because they fired the doctors and nurses because they didn't obey, because it was politics. And here we are, where the left is trying to find a way to now spin, since they're faced with having a black shooter using handguns, and God help us, he might be a Democrat. They're trying to find a way to change the story. So they can't go with their usual fear. So now it wasn't on the college campus. So it's not about the kids. This was about a statement against the government based on government policies that Democrats support. So they have to change this story. They have to spin this story. So now it's about RFK Jr. Had nothing to do with RFK Jr. Had nothing to do with MAHA. Now it's about MAHA. Now it's about RFK Jr. And the news media is now you're hearing the stories as they funnel out, and they're just pushing. It's about MAHA. It's about RFK Jr. Why? Oh, but RFK Jr., he didn't trust the jab. No one should have. They lied to us. It was a lie. There are side effects. There are side effects. That's a fact. And we know this now. We know as a fact. We've seen the studies. Wearing 3 masks doesn't make you safe. That's a lie. We know that for a fact. That's medically proven over and over again. So you were lied to. Why wouldn't, and all RFK said was you're being lied to. Whether or not you think he's a good guy, again, I don't care. Whether you want to have a beer with him, I don't care. You want to vote for him? I don't care. That's your choice. He's a Democrat. He is absolutely, he may have run on the independent line. RFK Jr. is absolutely a Democrat, if not a progressive. Absolutely. 1,000%. Is he a decent pick for Secretary of the Homeland Health and Human Services? Yes. Is he a good choice for president? Absolutely not. I'd never vote for him for president. Do I support him as being Secretary of Home Health and Human Services? Yes, I do. Because that's appropriate for him. Presidency? Absolutely not. He'd be horrible. Terrible. Terrible choice. I know all my libertarian friends are out there like, oh my God, Mike, but you don't understand. All the independents are like, oh my God, Mike, but you don't understand. I do understand. And I disagree. I think he's good as a secretary. I do not think he's good as president. That's it. I think his MAHA initiative is a good initiative. And I think it's important. And I don't think that Elise Stefanik will win the governorship of New York without having adopted MAHA and having significant, credible voices in the MAHA movement working with her. Because she's not behind the MAHA movement. Republicans aren't behind the MAHA movement. That's a libertarian thing. So she may say, oh, I'm all into, MAHA. You have no credentials on this. You've not been talking about this. This isn't your thing. So, no, I don't believe you. Now, you're being used. And I think it's very, very clear. Grace has said, the left doesn't know about firearms. You would think they would learn about firearms since they hate them so much. You would think so. You would think they would know what they're talking about. They have no idea. Remember when Representative Shirley Jackson, and she came out and said, oh, yeah, she fired an M16 and it weighs like several boxes and it fires a 50 caliber bullet. She has no idea what the hell she's talking about. None whatsoever. And by the way, if you want to know how heavy a M16 is, do what I did in the military. Hold your arms out, hold it, arms out across your wrists and hold it there. You'll see that 7.82 pounds is heavy when you're holding it like that. But if I'm carrying on a sling or if I have it in my hands, no, it's not very heavy at all. Children can carry an M16, and they do. Children as young as 7 can fire an M16. And in fact, there are videos on YouTube of 7-year-olds firing M16s, and they're good shots. 7 years old. Grown adults are crying about, I fired an M16 and I have PTSD. You leftist snowflake. They know nothing about what they're talking about. But it's because of fear. That, I forget which leftist reporter, he's like, I fired, I think it was not Krugman, it was someone else. And he goes, I fired an M16, I got PSD. It's like, oh my God, it's so devastating. 7-year-olds fire M16s. 7. And they don't get PTSD. And this grown man had PTSD because it's about fear. Because he was trying to sell fear to his audience, to the masses who are consuming the left-leaning news media and trying to make them think it's terrible, it's awesome, it's horrible. Oh my God, it's an M16. It's not an M60. It's not a howitzer. So stupid. Grace mentions that Ronald Reagan was shot with a 22. Yeah. Tiny little gun. By the way, what is it? 50 Cent, which is a stupid name, by the way. I never get past this rapper. His name is 50 Cent. I'm sure everybody knows who I'm talking about. He got shot. What was it? 9 times? I believe it was with a 22. Like 22s are nothing. Unless you get shot like in the head. And I'm not a big, huge guy. I can get shot like 2 or 3, 4 or 5 times with a 22. Won't kill me. You can get shot 3, 4 times. The average human being can be shot like 3, 4 times with a 22 and not die, unless you get shot in the head. You hit a vital organ or you get shot in the head, then you'll die. But until then, 22s, not very effective. But the left doesn't know that. They don't know anything about that. It's ridiculous. Grace also went on to say that the DNC runs Google. Well, remember, under the Biden-Harris administration, we know for a fact, it's not an opinion, it's not a guess, we know for a fact that the White House was colluding with social media giants that would include Google and YouTube and Facebook and perhaps others, that they were actually coordinating with them to attack American citizens and to silence people's voices because they weren't obeying. Because there was a mandate and people using their First Amendment right had questions. Because some people who understand the scientific principles that science is always a quest for more questions, asked questions. And they didn't want that. They wanted you obey, shut up, stay silent. And so they punished us. So, yeah, the DNC is directly tied with several social media companies And that's why so many people get suppressed. That's why we're getting AI age verification on August 13th, because they want to silence people. They want to drive away the audience from people. That's why YouTube changed the way they count who's an actual member of the audience. If you don't like and you don't, if you don't watch, God knows, like 10 minutes of the show and like the show and leave a comment after the show, then you don't count as a view. And that means that content creators like me don't get paid for the commercials. Not that they won't run the commercials. YouTube will run commercials on our content. We just won't get paid for it because they won't count the view, because they're changing the game as we go, rewriting the rules, trying to frustrate us. This is not the first time. I've been through this. I've been on, God, I think I got on YouTube. This is my third channel. People may not realize that. This channel's been around for 15 years. It's my third channel. The first two channels got canceled. YouTube constantly changing the rules, constantly changing what is and isn't permissible, and retroactively punishing you for something you did in the past when it was perfectly fine by the rules, and now the rules changed. So now they've got something to go after you. And that's how I lost one of my channels. They're like, we changed the rules, and you did this in the past, so your channel's gone, wiped out, goodbye. Like, but that was like a year ago, and we had different rules. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You did it, even though it was a year ago. We just changed the rule. You did it a year ago, still counts. You're gone. And they wiped out my channel. This is why this is my third channel. Because they don't care. It's about, you're an unimproved source of political commentary. They don't agree with my opinion. They don't agree with my reasoning. They don't agree with my conclusions because they don't help Democrats get elected. Therefore, they've got to silence me. And anyone else, Kit Cabello, who's a leftist, faces the same kind of problem. Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, faces the same kind of thing. Sabby Sabs, Lou Valentino. There's a lot of people. And of course, there's, like Dave Rubin and Steve Crowder, all the regular big names. Even in entertainment, you're talking about Nerdrotic, you're talking about Shadiversity, you're talking about Critical Drinker, Mahler, you're talking about Disparu, Heels versus Babyface, you're talking about Clownfish TV. Wide range of entertainment I just rattled off for you. Yellow Flash, wide range of different types of entertainment content. All of them are at risk of losing their business because YouTube doesn't like that they are unimproved in what they say. Hey, I got a question here. Charles is with us, and Charles says, "Hi, Mike. Donna and I are checking in. Thank you for that. Sorry to hear about the rule changes." So am I, Charles. And hello, Donna. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I'm upset about the rule changes as well, but it's not the first time. I have weathered through suppressing. They have suppressed my channel. They have tried to beat me down. Oh God, you should see. At one point for YouTube, I was receiving like once a week, I was getting at least one message telling me that I had a strike or content violation, or that they were limiting the number of countries that could see my videos once a week for like 2 years. Once a week for 2 years. I just got violation after violation after violation after violation of them trying to black out and block anyone from seeing my content on YouTube. Excuse me, on Facebook. That was on Facebook. And I had a lot of content. I had strike after strike, many of them. They've been trying to frustrate smaller channels like my own, content creators like me, who are unapproved. We say what we believe. We uphold the First Amendment. we tell the audience the truth, what we believe is the truth, what we understand as the fact. We present you the facts and our conclusions on those facts. Nothing wrong with that. And they can't stand it because you must obey. Everyone must comply. That's their point of view. Notice it's only the left that compels you to obey and to follow their rules. The right doesn't. The right will engage in a conversation. I am willing to engage in a conversation. I ask for it on a regular basis. I'm constantly asking for people to go into the chat, give me questions. Tell me whether you think I'm right or wrong. Tell me what topics you want to talk about. I'm very open. I will engage with you and we will have a conversation because I'm confident that I'm right. I'm confident in my conclusions and I'm willing to risk being wrong publicly because I am confident. That doesn't mean I am right. It doesn't mean that I know everything. I don't. It just means that I'm confident and I'm willing to have that conversation because if I'm wrong, I will be corrected. If my argument isn't strong enough, I will make a better one. You only get better by having the conversation. But the left likes an echo chamber. They don't want a conversation. And anyone who has an idea that isn't their idea already, well, you got to silence them. They're the bad guys. That's why RFK is a traitor. That's why they're now attacking him. The CDC shooting is now becoming about RFK Jr. when it should only be about a maniac who may have some mental issues and his insanity. Or maybe we should have the conversation about the fact that what protected the CDC? A good guy with a gun. The guy didn't stop because, again, we said this earlier in the show, why do mass shootings stop? Run out of bullets, run out of targets, good guy with a gun, self-deletion. That's it. And in this case, he didn't run out of bullets, apparently. He didn't run out of targets. He did encounter good guys with a gun, and he self-deleted. That's why it ended. That's the only reason why it ended. The only reason why it wasn't worse is because he couldn't get into the CDC building because armed guards, were at the gate and said, no, you can't come in. Otherwise, it would have been worse. Let's see. Charles says, X has me suspended for violation of policy. Almost all my posts were my writing, baseball and music. Some Democratic, some Republican, some Libertarian, but very little politics in comparison. Yeah, all the social media is like this. X usually isn't that bad comparatively. Again, comparatively to YouTube or to Rumble and others. Now, X you can write as opposed to the others, which are more visual, like what I'm doing right now. I used to get in trouble with X a lot because that was before Elon owned it, before the blue sky-ness of, blue sky is what Twitter used to be in 2016. When it was Twitter, that's blue sky. They're the same thing. And it was very toxic. Very toxic. You had to obey the echo chamber. And if you didn't, you were the bad person. You were the source. Now, while still not perfect, you know what we're not seeing anymore? Every year from 2018 up until, actually even before then, 2015, 2014, every year, Twitter, Jack Dorsey, the former CEO and one of the creators of Twitter, would go to Congress and he would tell them, here is the latest program, the latest algorithm that is blocking Republicans and conservatives over and over again. 800,000 one year, 10s, 20, 30,000 another year, members of Congress another year. It was a long list. It was a laundry list. And every year he'd come in and they go, did you fix it? Well, we did fix that one problem, but now we have, but I found out just before I came in that, yeah, we have another glitch, another accident. Oops. And yeah, we're still oppressing Republicans and conservatives every year. So it's better now, but it's still not great. Very upsetting stuff. By the way, for those who think, Mike, but you're exaggerating some of this. My camera, it hates me. My camera hates me sometimes. It's very warm right now. Thank you, John, for the, that's right. Cha. Thank you, John. And thank you for being part of the audience, John. Remember, folks, you can also do RumbleRants. You can do a super chat. After the show, you can do a super reaction. Or you can just join my Patreon. It all makes a difference. But when I say that they have an agenda here, this is yet another, I just want you to see that I'm not making this up. This is Channel 11 Alive. And this is the Georgia Bureau. What we know about the CDC so far. 30-year-old man. So we know that part. Okay. We don't know his race. We don't know his creed. We don't know his politics. Let's see. What did they tell us about him? He's been identified as a suspect in the shooting. Okay. We know that was confirmed. What do we know? CDC employees will work from home. No one cares. 4 CDC buildings were struck by bullets. We knew that. Yeah. You notice they're not showing you. Here's, look at all the bullets that he fired. Must have been like a machine gun that he used. No. Handguns. All those bullets, handguns. Not rifle, not machine gun. All those bullets, handgun. Which they don't mention in this entire thing. Remember, this is what we know so far. You will not find in this summary of what we know so far, they don't mention, is he white? Is he black? Is he Hispanic? Is he trans? Is he gay? They don't mention that. They always mention that. They don't mention it. They don't show a photo of his face. They always show a photo of the face by now. It's been more than 24 hours. They won't tell it. We know his name. They will not release any of that information. Gee, in this entire thing, they don't mention what weapon he was using. They don't mention that he only had one rifle, and it seems he wasn't using the rifle. They won't mention that he had at least 4 handguns, and that this is from the handguns. They said, look at all the bullets. They won't mention, how did those bullets get there? What was he firing? Was this a machine gun? Did he have a howitzer? No, he had handguns. They won't mention that. So they're leaving out a lot of vital information. But they do want to tell you that, well, John R.F. Kennedy, but they do want to tell you in a statement from R.F. Kennedy, and they want you to know that Kennedy is anti-vax, and this is about vaccines. He's one of those crazy vaccine people who aren't that crazy. Because the crazy vaccine people told you that there are side effects. And now we know there are side effects. Oh my God. It's shocking news. It's shocking news. They said there's side effects, and there are side effects. Oh my God, my mind is blown. The universe is in another place. Because RFK is a traitor to Democrats. Orange man bad. Obey. Stop asking questions. That's what it's about. Vote Democrat. That's what it's about. Okay, we're going to go into the final part of the show today. We're going to talk about Mamdani. Mamdani. And you heard me talk about it a little bit if you were watching the break early in the show today. And I was over at the talking with Matthew J on the Matthew J show on Friday. And he asked me about Mamdani. Mamdani is a mess. And I can tell you something. Let me before we go to anything else, this is big. I didn't think it was this big. Mamdani has turned into he's a canary in the coal mine. And by that I mean he is being used to tell the temperature of the nation in terms of socialist politics. That's what Mamdani is being used as. And everyone is paying attention. I have spoken to people from every political affiliation, left, right, and center. And I am hearing the same things about Mamdani from every single one of them. Everyone is concerned about him becoming elected mayor. Everyone thinks he will get elected mayor. There's like an 85% chance. Everyone's saying that he's going to get elected. And everyone's pissed off about it. The left is pissed off about it. Well, the non-socialist left is pissed off about it. The mainstream Democrats. You've got Republicans that are upset, conservatives, libertarians. Everyone's upset. Because if Mamdani wins, they believe he will usher in a wave of socialists into the nation. That he will be the calling card for socialism in America. And I don't mean kind of sort of socialism like AOC. I mean full on, straight up, red hat, red star socialists, like from the old Russia, from China, straight up communism. And that's a very scary thought. And that's what everyone's thinking right now. This is the political climate in America right now. And I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't think that Republicans and conservatives and libertarians on the other side of the ocean, on the West Coast, would be deeply concerned about whether or not Mamdani wins and that they want him to lose. They desperately want him to lose. Democrats want him to desperately lose from over on the West Coast. Very important. Far more important than I had ever imagined it to be. Probably far more important than most people who are not into politics like I am, who aren't talking to various political figures across this nation. They probably didn't realize this is a big deal. I'm just really getting a handle on how big this is turning out to be. And the average person probably has no idea whatsoever. Didn't even know. I mean, they're barely paying attention to the race as is, but it's huge. Politically, this is huge. There is going to be a lot of money tossed around in this race. A lot of money. The question is, where is the money going to go? And it looks like, and this is something I'm very upset about, Republicans are abandoning Curtis Sliwa. Not happy to say that, but it's true. The state GOP, not rank and file members of the GOP, not the regular Republicans walking around every day. We're talking about the leadership, the donor base, and the leadership. They are looking to jump ship. And I've heard this several times now. It's been about a month and a half now. Now, initially, I was led to believe from some of my sources that if Curtis Sliwa had made it through the first month of these comments calling for Sliwa to step down, and so that Republicans could back Mayor Eric Adams, that if he can make it through the first month, it'll be over. It'll be done, and we'll get past that, and the GOP will circle ranks, and support Curtis Sliwa, and he would have an actual chance to win this race. Which I do believe that if Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani are all in the race at the same time, Sliwa does have a chance It's probably his best chance at being able to win. He needs all three of them to be in at the same time. If it's not all three of them, Curtis Lewa can't win. But if it's all three of them in and Curtis Lewa has a chance to win. Because New York is 6-1 Democrat. And I mean blind Democrat. I mean vote straight down the line Democrat. Don't know who's in the race. Don't care. We're just voting Democrat because that's what we do. That's what New York City is. Not most of New York State's like that, but absolutely New York City. And this is why it's such a stranglehold for the state. Why the state is so blue is they just vote straight down the line. They'll tell you about the poverty in the Bronx. They'll tell you about the poverty there. We had flooding 2 weeks ago. We had some heavy rain, and there's literally rivers of water running through the subway system because they have let it fall apart. And they're like, oh, yeah, but I got to vote Democrat. Democrats are the reason why there's a river instead of a subway. It's their policies that have allowed that to happen. Doesn't matter. Vote for them. Wait a minute. You're homeless. You're a woman. You need a shelter. Oh, yeah, there isn't one. Why? Illegal aliens. We have open borders. How many times did Democrats complain to Joe Biden saying they need more money for New York and other sanctuary states and cities, and saying they're begging for money because they're going bankrupt because they have illegal aliens in 3- and 4-star hotels getting $13,000 credit cards so that they can buy food. And they still, those Democrats, each and every one of them, as they are telling you that their infrastructure is imploding, said we're keeping the doors open and open borders. And more illegal aliens will come in. And they're going to take them all in too. Can't afford the ones that we already have. They're denying services to the public as is. Get more illegal aliens. Just keep the floodgates open. I hope you can feel my frustration with this. That's the environment we're in. If Republicans were to actually stand behind Curtis Lewa, he could win. Bring up these points. Bring up the fact that every single plan that Zohran Mamdani has offered, everything he has, every issue he has mentioned is recycled. He has no original ideas. None. Not one. He is a very good-looking, well-talking parrot. Nothing he offers is new. Everything he is suggesting has been done, and not only been done recently. Grocery stores, they tried it. Kansas failed miserably. Millions of dollars of loss. Did not help anyone. People starved. The free buses failed miserably. Did not help anyone. Millions of dollars thrown away, burned away. Every policy you can think of. Defund the police. In Minnesota, the people, the black Minnesotans were begging to get the police back to the original levels, if not higher. They wanted more police, not less, after the Summer of Love and the BLM riots. Zohran Mamdani's been wrong on everything. Every issue he supports is wrong and proven wrong. It's not, and again, this isn't my opinion. Yes, I am a conservative. I'm a Republican. I disagree with his socialism vehemently. I've lived in Moscow. I have lived in a socialist nation every day for a year and a half. I do know what it's like to be in socialism. More than Mamdani has ever. He has never been in a socialist nation. He has no concept of what that actually is like to live. And I vehemently disagree with him. And that's not the reason why I think he's wrong. It's because we can factually look at every single issue. Raising the minimum wage, he wants it to go to $30 an hour. It doesn't work at $15. And the numbers have been done by the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, 3-4 times now. that they've done the numbers neutrally. They did it under the Biden administration as well as the Trump administration. The numbers have been done several times. It always comes out the same. Empirically, looking at every single location that increased it, looking at Washington State, Oregon, looking at Colorado, looking at Manhattan and New York State, when you look at everywhere that used the artificial $15 an hour minimum wage, everywhere that's been done, there is more unemployment, there is greater poverty, and more people desperate and desperately attached to the government, incapable of living their own lives. That is a fact. That is a financial, absolute fact. It doesn't work. And Mamdani is going to do it with $30. And that means we will see unemployment skyrocket. You will look at poverty skyrocketing. You will look at people who will be absolutely suckling on the teat of the government forever. And I guess that's ultimately the goal. That they're going to be slaves. They're going to be slaves to the government. They'll never have a choice in their life. They'll never be able to do anything on their own, because the only way they'll survive is by the government providing them handouts. And so they'll always vote for whomever gives them the most free stuff, whoever continues to give them handouts, whoever signs the check, which in New York State means Democrat. In New York State, that means Democrat. They'll be Democrats for the rest of their lifetimes. And they'll teach their kids to be Democrats for their lifetimes. And they'll never achieve anything. And they'll never get out of poverty. And the wage gap will grow and grow and grow. Why? Because Democrats want it to be big. Because it's good for Democrats. They get votes from the poor, those in poverty, those who are jealous, those who want to achieve things. They will get their votes over and over again, because the Democrats' policies increase the wage gap, not decrease it. That's a fact. People on the left may not like this. That doesn't change that it's true. You don't have to like this. And again, you don't have to like Orange Man Bad. You don't have to like MAGA. You don't have to like America First. You don't have to like America. It's still true. Everything I'm saying is true. $15 minimum wage has failed. Don't have to believe me. Look it up with ChatGPT. Look at the numbers themselves. It's been reported. It is a failure. Look at defunding the police. Everywhere that they did it, it failed. Crime increased. It is a fact. In New York State, crime is violent crime. Gun homicides are up. Are they down versus 2020, the summer of love and the BLM riots of 2020 and 2021? Yes. Yes, it is down from that peak. Is the current rate of gun homicides, is it up or down versus 2019 and any year before that? It is up. So we are, in fact, are up, because 2020, 2021 were artificial increases in we skyrocketed in the amount of violence across the entire country. This is the normal pattern. And New York has more gun violence today than in 2019, 2018, 2017, 16, 15, just keep going backwards. It's just a fact. And that number comes from New York State itself, which is, again, this is why you never hear the left quote numbers. Zohran Mamdani will never quote you the data. He knows the numbers. I don't think he's a dumb man. He knows what the numbers are. And he won't tell you that, because none of the numbers actually work. It is a pipe dream. This is the way he gets elected. He's going to sell you a pipe dream. It's going to be, you're going to get all of the great things he's talking about, along with a unicorn and a rainbow. You'll get them all at the same time, because it ain't happening. And he knows it. And everyone is afraid. And now that everyone is afraid, for all of those reasons I've just gone through, all of that, they're going to throw away the race. Republicans are willing to throw away the race. They're going to throw it away. They're not supporting Curtis Sliwa. Enough. Let me be clear. Not enough Republicans, not enough of the donors, the big money base, the big serious names. They're fighting. They're balking. They're walking away from Curtis Sliwa and or the entire mayor's race in New York. They want to support Eric Adams. Eric Adams. Because they say, well, if Adams is in the race, he could win. If Sliwa's not in the race, if Cuomo's not in the race, Adams could win. That's a big ask. First of all, to my knowledge, Curtis Sliwa is not going to get out of this race. He has no motivation to do so. And I can't imagine the deal. Now, I don't know the man personally, but in listening to him, I'm not aware of the deal that they can make that's going to get him out. I don't know. Maybe they shut down all of the lithium-ion battery plants, move them all to commercial sources, and he saves God knows how many thousands of lives. Maybe that would do it. I don't know that they would make that deal. So I don't know that there's a deal they can make that'll get Sliwa out of the race. And as for Andrew Cuomo, he's got the biggest ego of anyone in this race. Andrew Cuomo is running because his ego got hurt in the primary. I don't know. I don't see him stepping down either. Eric Adams is in the race because Republicans are throwing money at him. Because he's their black hope. He's the one choice they've got that is marginally better than any of the other Democrats. And because they don't think a Republican can win in New York, they have to bet on a Democrat. Rather than actually sticking with the Republican and giving him the ability to reach more people. If they actually supported Sliwa, gave him the money, gave him the support, he'd actually be able to make the argument. Because he's very different than all the Democrats, who are almost all the same. They're all pitching. All the Democrats are pitching almost all the same thing. They're all giving free stuff. They're all just saying different versions. Oh, Mamdani says that he's going to give away $30 an hour as a minimum wage. And you got Cuomo saying he's going to go with $20 minimum wage. And you got Adams saying, well, he'll increase it, but he won't tell you exactly how much on the minimum wage. It doesn't work. Doesn't matter how much. You might as well say it's $500. Minimum wage is $500 an hour. Well, Mike, that's ridiculous. Yes, so is 20, so is 30. It's ridiculous. It doesn't matter. It's absolutely hyperinflationary and it doesn't help anyone. So it doesn't matter what number it is. You can promise anything you want. It's going to hurt people. And they're just giving different flavors of the same bad idea. No, I'll give $30 an hour, $20 an hour. We're just going to raise the numbers up there. A couple $100 an hour. Minimum wage. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time and energy. It's stupid. But you're not supposed to think. You're not supposed to do the math. God forbid you do the math. And you're not supposed to think it through and you're not supposed to ask any questions. I did. I did do the math. I did ask the questions. I did do the research. And I've done it on this program more than once. It doesn't work. But you may not believe me. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Because people may not believe me. As they'll look at this and say, Mike, but you've just been ranting. You've got no evidence for that. Here we go.
Elizabeth Kim has more.
Cuomo, who's running as an independent, says Mamdani's idea is a giveaway for the rich.
But besides playing socialist, why should New Yorkers subsidize the bus fare for rich people?
So Mamdani says he wants to make buses free for people in New York. The bus will be free. It already is. If you've been on a bus, and by the way, I take public transportation on a regular basis. Mamdani and Cuomo and Adams, they don't. They do not get on public transportation. I know Sleewood does, but I know they don't. They take Ubers and they take private cars, and they've got their car rentals and their security. They're not out amongst regular people. They don't actually mix with real people on a regular basis. They have their photo ops where they're mixing with people. They don't actually go out onto subways. So they don't realize that, at least I can say very consistently, in the Bronx, when you get into a bus, most of the people 30 years of age and under, 75% of the people 30 years of age and under don't pay the fare. They're not paying. That's why the MTA isn't making enough money. After 2020, people got used to not paying. They got taught and trained not to pay. And so they don't. They just get on the bus and they don't pay anymore. They don't even pretend like they're going to try and pay. They don't even pay part of it. They just walk onto the bus. It's already free. But Mamdani say he's going to make it free because it looks good. There'll be no there really won't be a change, but it'll look good. And Cuomo's now saying, well, no, that's just going to help rich people. Rich people don't take the bus. This is stupid. What you just heard Andrew Cuomo say is stupid. But they're just playing games on who's going to give away the most free stuff, who gives away the best, who's got the best sales pitch on free stuff. And he's saying, well, giving away all the buses, that's just for rich people. So rich people will just ride forever for free. It's rich. No, rich people don't get, again, they're in Ubers. They have black cars and contracts for private limos. They're not on the bus. They don't do that. Middle class and below, they get on the bus, not rich people. And Cuomo knows this. I think he knows this. He may not, but he doesn't really deal with real people either. So he probably doesn't know that. And so Cuomo's idea is, I'm going to make it half price for the poor people. See, I'm helping poor people. And I'm going to make it half price for the poor people. Rich people they're going to pay full price. Rich people aren't on the damn bus in the first place. And poor people aren't paying either. They're just walking onto the bus. This is a stupid plan. It doesn't work. It's useless. This is useless. But no one wants to tell you that. No one wants to tell you that, hey, if you go in New York right now, throughout the Bronx, you're riding a bus, no one's paying to get on. 75% of people on that bus are not paying to get on it. No one wants to tell you that. Oh, they're making a difference. No, they're not. Lying to your face. Lying to your face. Here's one from the Gothamist. Seeking to one-up Zohran, Mamdani. Cuomo unveils free New York transit plan for poor people. He's lying to your face. He has no idea what he's talking about. None of them do. They don't care. This isn't going to help you. By the way, who's paying? He says it's going to cost $140 million for this plan for Cuomo and probably the plan for Mamdani. It's going to cost, let's round it up, $150 million. Where's that coming from? Where's $150 million? That's new money. That's new spending. So it's everything that we spend money on right now and an extra $150 million. Where that money is coming from? Who's paying for that? You are. Poor people are. That's who's paying for it. Poor people. You're going to pay for it. They're going to take it out of your paycheck. They're going to take it out of the prices of everything that you buy. They're going to tax you. They're going to take the money from you. Not the rich people. Rich people don't care. They're going to get an Uber and they're going to get out. They don't care. This is sick. It's twisted. And the news media does not want to tell you the truth. They do not want you to think about this. Everything I'm saying right now takes like 10 minutes. If you're so busy in your life, you're not thinking about this. It's not that people don't know these things. It's that people are too busy to think about it. I do this all day. I think about it all day. And I can give you all the comparisons because this is what I do. And I've done the research. As I said, links to all of this will be in the description after the show so you can see it for yourself. I don't need to make up the lie. I'm a Republican. I don't need to lie. Don't need to. Because it's all in black and white. They just don't think you're going to take the time to check. They're counting on you going, oh, Mamdani's offering the biggest free stuff win. He's got the biggest raffle ticket. I'm going to get the most free stuff from Mamdani. You're not going to get any of that crap from him. Latest, according to Fox 5 News, the latest poll shows that Mamdani is going to win. Now, I wanted to go to the poll. Now, this poll comes from the right, Fox News, Channel 5. That's not a left-leaning source, okay? Now, here's the poll, and I know you may not be able to see it great on this screen, but I want you to understand, and just to make sure you can see it here. So this is the 2025 New York City poll. This is from July 2025. And this was from the dates of July 16th through July 24th, 2025. They asked 1,453 people. The margin of error is 4%. Who did they ask for this poll? And this is critical. Now they're going to say, well, Mamdani is winning 50% of the vote. Okay, who did you ask? They asked, 55% of the people they asked are women. So they overweighted women, not men. They overweighted Democrats and no other party. They underweighted Republicans. They only asked 11% of Republicans about the mayor's race. They asked 24% of people who were either libertarian or third parties. If you're independent, you got asked to be in this poll more than Republicans did. You don't even have, if you're an independent, if you're a libertarian, you don't even have a candidate in this race. I mean, you might say Jim Walden, but realistically, you don't have a candidate in this race. Libertarians don't have a candidate in this race. The Green Party doesn't have a candidate in this race. And they asked them who they would vote for before they would ask Republicans who have a candidate in this race. It's Curtis Sliwa. Does that make any sense? They asked 11% of the people they asked and talked to. So no matter what number you can get, Sliwa can't possibly do well in this race. Jim Walden can't possibly do well in this poll. This poll is biased, massively left-leaning bias, leaning towards Democrats and women. Massive left-leaning shift. So it's not accurate. This poll, no matter how you want to look at it, isn't fair. They've got more people in Brooklyn and Queens than they do in Manhattan or Staten Island or the Bronx that were in this poll. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many people are in Manhattan? How many people live in Manhattan and will be voting? And Staten Island, 6%? Really? That low? This is bias. Massively, stupidly bias. You may disagree, but it's just very obvious to me. And so they're telling you how, oh, we asked all the different types of questions and we were mixing it up, making it look as fair as possible so that you don't notice that we front loaded this entire thing. So it makes the Democrats look good, makes the Republican look bad, makes the independent look bad. I looked at the numbers. And mind you, they're expecting you're never going to check this. They expect that 95% of the public will never actually look at the data I just gave you, which is the most important thing on any poll. How many people and who did you ask? Two biggest things about every poll. Did you ask enough people? 1,400 people for New York City, that's considered a large enough number for a realistic poll. Okay. And then who did you ask? Women and Democrats. This is not a serious poll. This is not a legitimate poll. This is a weighted poll. This is a biased poll. So if it's going to say Democrats are winning and winning by bigger numbers, of course they are. You ask 66% of the people are Democrats, 55% of them are women. Of course you're going to get a heavier weighting of socialist and Democrat points of view. That's just our society right now. It's just so obvious. This is evil. So, given that, oh my God, look at that. 70% of people are dissatisfied with the direction of New York City. Who's in charge of New York City right now? Democrats. Who's in charge of New York City right now? Not just Democrats. It's Democrats and Eric Adams. And the GOP, the state GOP of New York, want to support Eric Adams, a Democrat who is responsible for 70% dissatisfaction with New York because they think that could win. And according to many of the people I've spoken to, they think it's true. That if Curtis Leawood drops out and Andrew Cuomo drops out, then Eric Adams will win. If Andrew Cuomo stays in, if it's a three-way race between Mamdani and Adams and Cuomo, Adams has a fighting chance to win. According to many people, this is people on the left, the center, and the right are all telling me the same thing. They think Adams will have a fighting chance to win if it's just those three. If it's just a heads up, Mamdani versus Adams, they think Adams can win. As long as the GOP stands behind him, gives him money, and supports him. And if Sliwa stays in, Mamdani wins. That's the answer that I'm hearing from the right, the left, and the center, the independent. I don't get this. It doesn't make sense to me. Adams is the guy responsible for 70% dissatisfaction. The Democratic Party is responsible for 70% dissatisfaction. It's not logical. But I am often told, Mike, you're way too logical. Maybe that's one of my flaws. I don't have enough emotion. I'm not emotionally attached to my politics. I don't get all emotional about my politics. It's not about, I feel. It's just, it doesn't make sense. But maybe if I was like, if I feel, I would understand this better. Maybe. I don't know. The poll goes on to say, most important issue facing New York, cost of housing. I have heard that from everyone, including the right and left. I know several candidates who are running in races across New York City, various positions right now, who are Republicans and are conservatives and are independents, and everyone is saying the same thing. Housing, number one issue in New York. That is accurate. Cost of groceries, that's a national issue. True. But especially in New York, because prices are more expensive here than even if you go upstate New York. You go to New Jersey. It's just ridiculous because it's New York City. And New York City, businesses have run away. They've all gone. Crime. Absolutely. I'm surprised it was the number 3 issue. But absolutely true. Everyone's concerned about the crime. Whether it's about illegal aliens or not, there is massive crime. We just recently, about 4 blocks away from me, a young girl, 12 years old, stabbed to death 11 times. Stabbed 11 times by another teenager because they didn't like each other. Just the girls called her over. Hey, how you doing? Come on over here. Stab. You think I'm kidding? I'm serious. Called the girl over so that she could beat her up and stab her to death stabbed her in the face, stabbed her in the body, multiple stabs. No gun, with a knife. Gun control didn't save her. Red flag laws didn't save her. Young girl. Sick. People are worried about crime. Yesterday in the morning, I'm getting ready to walk my dog. There's a guy, the local drug dealers who are downstairs right now. They're always downstairs. They're at the corner all year long. And Mike, how do you know they're drug dealers? Let's see. They spend 10 hours a day at a minimum on the same corner every day throughout the entire year, regardless of the weather. Yeah, they're drug dealers. Okay? I know. I'm not stupid. I was born and raised in the Bronx. I've seen drug dealers before. And it doesn't matter about their age. And I'm not telling you, it doesn't matter whether they're Americans or foreigners. They're drug dealers. And drug dealers downstairs were all hanging out with their friends, at least, perhaps customers. I'm getting ready to walk my dog. And two of them decide that they start screaming at each other, screaming at the top of their lungs. Guy pulls out his knife. I'm going to kill you. No, you don't understand. I'm going to kill you. The other guy's like, you know what, man? I don't got a weapon. I'm going to step away. I'm staying across the street. And he stood there and was like, don't worry. I'm not going to forget this. I'm going to kill you. So you got the two guys telling each other that they're going to kill each other. This is a residential neighborhood. There's literally 2.5 blocks, not even a block and a half away. There's an elementary school right here. God knows how many churches are between here in Boston and Gun Hill Road. Dozens of them. Lots of families all over the place. This isn't the middle of the South Bronx with a bunch of gangs all over and a bunch of broken buildings. That's not the case. This used to be the North Bronx was considered a pretty much a gem in the Bronx. And it was a big difference between South Bronx and its crime and corruption and decay and the rest of the Bronx. But no. The crime, corruption, decay, it's everywhere. And it's only at 51%. I don't know. New Yorkers get used to a lot of things. I guess they're just used to the amount of crime and corruption that's going on. Homelessness. And I know for a fact, New Yorkers are used to the amount of homelessness in New York. People just don't pay attention to the homeless in New York. It's sad. I don't like that. I've been homeless, not in New York, but I've been homeless before. And we should help. And if we weren't spending all of our money on housing illegal aliens, maybe we'd have some money left over to help some of the homeless people. Because we should. That I think we should be able to do. Get them a shelter. Give them somewhere where they can sleep. At least have sanctuary to be able to sleep and get at least one meal in safety. Doesn't have to be a lot. Makes a difference. Makes a massive difference. Just having somewhere they can sleep and not be killed and have at least one meal, hopefully hot. Massive difference in the outlook in life. Really, really does. It's a simple, you would think it's such a simple thing. It's not. All right, let me go on. Next mayor's approach to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Mayors don't have an approach to the president of the United States. There's no equivalence here. There's the president, and way down on the list, there's a mayor. They're not equivalent. The mayor of New York doesn't get to tell Donald Trump, the president of the United States, what to do. No, you can argue with him. He could say, oh, well, I'm not going to follow that. That's fine. And you'll deal with the political blowback of not obeying or working with the president. That's fine. But let's not try and make this seem like there's an equivalence. And this question is like, the next mayor's approach, how are you going to deal with Donald Trump? You don't. You don't deal with Donald Trump. You don't deal with the president of the United States. You're a mayor. Oh, but I'm mayor of New York City. You're a mayor. You answer to a governor. Okay? You're not that important. The mayor of New York is like the mayor of Chicago, is like the mayor of LA. Not important. Not important in the scheme of things. Just not. It sounds really important to regular people. In terms of politics, not that important. Really, really isn't. So there is no approach to the president. The president will say something, you can say whatever you want, and then you're going to do what he said because you're a mayor. Unless your governor steps in and gives you cover to do something else, you do what the president says because he's the president and you are a mayor. Period. You're responsible, even New York City, biggest city out there, 8 million people. You're responsible to obey and serve 8 million people if you're doing your job right as the mayor of New York. You've got 8 million people you've got to serve. The president serves 350 million people. Gee, who's more important? But, New York has got a big ego. So 51% want you to stand up to Trump and do what? What are you going to do? We're standing up to Donald Trump. And, by the way, stand up to Donald Trump, stand up to MAGA and the Republican Party, and we cut off the funding. Cut off the funding to New York City. Then what happens? You're not getting money from anywhere else. If the federal government doesn't send you the check, New York City shuts down. Period. Full stop. If federal funding stops coming into New York City, there is no New York City. It falls apart. Because the only thing holding this city together is federal funding. And you want to piss in the eye of the people who are signing your check? That's a stupid idea. That is stupid. Oh, but we're Democrats, and you're dumb. And you are dumb. Eric Adams' job approval, minus 71%. And the GOP in New York want to support them. The big money donors, not all of them, handful, but critical people, a handful of very critical people. I do know at least a couple of the names. Critical people, they support this. 71% disapproval, and they think that's going to win. And here comes the numbers. I do not trust this. Now, this is the number that, again, this is Fox News. So it's from the right. And this is their numbers that they're quoting. And they say that total favorability, which I don't believe is correct. For Zohran Mamdani, 50%. That's 50% of 66% of Democrats, more than 50% of 55% of women that took this survey. Most of them living in Brooklyn and Queens. If you know New York City, that's not a good representation of New York City. That's just not a good representation of New York City at all. Just not. I don't know. Now, the poll goes on, and they're like, oh, everyone else has really high negatives. No one knows anything. The news media isn't talking about Mamdani's negatives. Of course, he's like, oh, he's only got 32% negative. It's because no one knows who the hell Zohran Mamdani is. And the news media isn't talking about his policies. They're not talking about his ideas. They're afraid because he's Muslim and he's a person of color. So they're afraid to critique him. I'm not. He's a he is a socialist nut job. He is wrong on everything he's offered. Everything he has said is a regurgitated idea from someone else, and that regurgitated idea failed. Every single one of them. I have no problem saying that. I don't care that he's a person of color. I don't care that he thinks he's African American. He's not, by the way. And I don't care that he's Muslim because his religion means nothing to me. That's not factors. He can be critiqued. He's a politician. Every politician can be critiqued. That's what the First Amendment's for. I don't care if you don't like it. Oh, I'm squeamish. You're picking on him because he's got a religion. No, I told you why I'm picking on him. Stop trying to put words in my mouth. I speak better than you do. Oh, you're picking on him because of his color of his skin. Did you see the color of my skin? Are you just listening to the audio? Turn on the camera. Look at my picture. I'm not picking on him because of the color of his skin. I'm picking on his politics. If you can't understand that, shut up. Stop talking about politics. Stop trying to put words in my mouth. Again, I speak better than you do. I understand what I'm talking about better than you do. I don't. Okay. It's all crazy, folks. It's really crazy. By the way, I didn't forget. By the way, Peace, I did not forget. I want to thank Peace Logic. He put in a super chat, $2. I was in the middle of just rambling and ranting there, as you know. But I did see this, and he says he appreciates me. Peace, I appreciate you. And thank you for the $2. Very generous, and I appreciate it. I truly do. And thank you for that. Because it does make a difference. It really does. It's not about the dollar amount. It's just the support. And I value that. I truly do. And I thank you for that. All right. We've been going 5.5 hours, about 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes to just cover anything. And then, we've gone 5.5 hours. I find Mamdani is just, this is ridiculous, folks. And literally, all across the country, the biggest fear from the left, from the right, from the center, is they say, according to their math, if Mamdani wins, we will see socialists elected across the country. And I cannot understand it. He has lied to people. He has sold them free stuff. Totally a gimmick that makes no sense. He's regurgitating failed policies that everyone who pays any attention to this knows are a failed policy. Not one policy idea is new. Not one policy idea has ever worked. And they think that's going to be popular across this country. Our country's screwed. America is screwed if that's the case. Because we've done something very wrong with our kids. We have done something very wrong. I mean, we're not just indoctrinated. We have failed our kids massively if we're going to see a wave of socialism take over this country. It's bad enough that we had AOC and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Anna Presley and Cory Brown, who all got elected to office, and Hakeem Jeffries. It's sad and it's depressing that they have all been elected, but we're talking about another wave, a new wave of actual hardcore socialists. People like Mamdani, no idea what the hell they're talking about. They have never lived a second of the type of lifestyle they want to impose on people. The devastation is going to be devastating. It's going to be ridiculous. It's going to be ridiculous. I've seen this before. I lived in this kind of environment before. I don't recommend it. This is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. But why are people they're making deals. People on the left and people on the right are making deals right now just to get the socialist out. I can't say, I don't know what the deals are. I wish I was politically important enough that someone would tell me what the deal is. I don't get invited to the back rooms. I don't get to hear that. But I do know people are trying to make deals. I do know people are trying to make deals. People on the left are making deals with people on the right just so they can beat Mamdani. And they're willing to throw anyone else under a bus to get it done. Just to stop the socialist movement across this state, across this nation. We are in trouble, folks. If they're going through that much manipulation, it's all illegal, by the way. It's the kind of backroom deals that if anyone actually heard about what the deal was, it's completely illegal. It's completely unenforceable by law, and it's never going to be written down. No one will ever write it down because there's going to be zero record of these conversations. It's, this is the handshake and a nod, gentleman's agreement, and you better live up to it. That's what we're talking about. It's sad. It's sad. Dean says, I don't think this will get beyond New York City. That's not what they're saying in the political circles that I'm aware of. That's not what they're saying. It's absolutely getting past New York City. It's going to be across the country. Are you excited that you are the testing ground that will, of course, fail? No. Excitement's not the word I would use. I'm disappointed. I'm depressed. It's giving me anxiety. I don't get anxiety. I've been in coup attempts, and I've not been anxious. And this is making me anxious. That should give you some idea of how depressing this is. I've had people try to shoot me, and I didn't get all anxious. And this is making me anxious. Anyway, anybody that understands rent control knows that this will fail. There's a lot of people who don't know, man. They just, Dean, they don't do the math. They don't pay attention to the politics. And again, everything I've said about Mamdani, this is verifiable. The things he said it's so easy to disprove him, and it has been disproven. They don't care. They don't care. Orange man bad. That's the answer. Orange man bad. Socialism good. It's better than orange man bad. You're an idiot. Anyone who says that, they're an idiot. You have no understanding of what the hell you're talking about. What they're going to do to this nation is just incredible. As I said when I was talking to Matthew J. on Friday, and people can see the entire conversation with Matthew J., it's going to gut New York. We're going to gut New York City if we elect Mamdani. I like to believe, and I said that I can't really go through the embargo of what we were talking about at the back room at Lehman College on Wednesday. That's coming out on the 19th. But I will say that we did talk about Mamdani and the race. And I stand by what I said to them on Wednesday in the panel discussion. I say that and I agree with it. And on the 19th, you'll see what I said. So you'll have a chance to see it before the election. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Dean says, I get it. I added a little humor, but I understand it's not funny. No, you're fine with the humor. I'm not in person. And Dean, I think you've met me in person. I think we met once. No, that was a live stream. Okay, anyway, it was like a panel discussion. But in person, I'm a much happier, I'm much more jovial. A lot of people are very surprised. I know a couple people, their wives who watch this program, and they're like, I've never seen you laugh before. You know, a couple of people have gone, they haven't seen me laugh. They had never seen me laugh. They had never seen me in jeans. They didn't know that, I'm a lighthearted person, reasonably so, outside of this. This is very intense. This is very professional for the most part. Very, very reserved. So you don't see me laugh a lot or laugh out loud as much as I usually do. I'm not as jovial as I am perhaps in person. So I get it. Your joke was there. It's just I'm in the wrong headspace for jokes while I do this show. So in case sometimes people put in something and be like, it's funny, I don't get it. I'm in the wrong headspace. I'm not hearing jokes. Just so you know. So it's not that you're not funny. It's that I'm not in that mentality to hear the joke. I'm just not. It's blame me. My fault. What can I say? All right. So, folks, if you've made it this far, please like, share, subscribe. I really would appreciate that. It makes so much of a difference. You guys can't imagine how much of a difference that makes to me. It may not mean a lot to everyone else, but the world for me. And so I would really appreciate that. Now, I know I had a poll that was going in the YouTube chat. 67% of people said, where'd it go? I don't know where the poll went. All right. I lost it. Sorry. Dean says, you strike me as a genuine person, fun to be around, and an in-depth thinker. In-depth thinker, I would say yes. Fun to be around sometimes. And some of my exes would agree with you, but some of them would not agree with you. But a genuine person, yeah, pretty much everyone will say that. I'm the type of person in real life that meet me within 5 minutes, you will either enjoy my company and like me, or you will hate my guts completely. That's just the way it is with me. 5 minutes. People figure it out in 5 minutes. Like, I hate your guts, and they have always hated my guts since that moment, or they, get along with me fine and doesn't really matter. Has nothing to do with politics, has nothing to do with gender or anything. In 5 minutes, either you'll like me or you will hate my guts. That's the only two ways it goes with me. Yes, Germans do take things literally, always. That is a very German thing. Yeah. But I love Germans. Germans are fun. Germans are like the Brits. My favorite peoples around the world, Brits and Germans. They're just great people. Really fun. But dry wits. Very dry wit, but fun people. Love hanging out with the Brits. Love hanging out with Germans. I don't mind being around Russian people. I mean, I've lived with Russian people for years, but people I prefer have the most fun. Brits, Germans, great people, lots of fun. Aussies, not too bad. They're pretty high up there too. Absolutely. French, no, bottom of the barrel. Don't care. Kick them away. Don't like the French. Do not like the French. That's just me. What can I say? Everyone's got a preference. All right. That being said, I want to thank everyone. Whether you've been here for 5 minutes or 5.5 hours, I appreciate you. I thank you for your time. I thank you for giving me a like, a share, a view, just sharing your time and your thoughts with me. You guys matter a lot. And believe it or not, politicians pay attention to this. They pay attention to the conversations we're having and the responses that you guys give. They always do pay attention to that. You'd be surprised how many are watching. They're not speaking, but they're there. And their staff is as well. Together, we can make a lot of changes. There's a lot of things coming up in the near term. Next couple of weeks, you're going to see a lot of things happening. I'll talk more about them as they come up. Just be prepared for them. Just know that there are changes that are coming. We're going to get through it all together. There is a rainbow, and we can get to the other side. And I'm not talking about any unicorns. I'm talking about success. We have opportunities coming up. We just got to take advantage of them. So, excuse me. With that said, I got to get ready for the rest of the week to do even more work, believe it or not. I also want to get something to eat because I'm hungry. Don't know about you guys. So I'm going to go get something to eat, have a cigarette, and then start doing the rest of my work. I hope you guys get to just hang out and have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you for taking time to be here with me on any and all the platforms that you join me on. I look forward to speaking to you throughout the week.